every second, every minute. Man, I swear that she can get it. Saying if you a bad bitch, put your hands up high, hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the mood. I'm talking about dark room perfume. Go, go.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit. And I know your taste is a little bit high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you. And you're in the mood for empathy. There's blood in my pen. Better yet, with your friends and them. I really wanna know you off. I really wanna show you off. Fuck God, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and your girl in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga don't approach her with that Atari. Nigga that ain't good, ain't home is sorry. They say conversation rule the nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs unless I write it down for real. P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it.
Can I tell you something for what it's worth? If you had it, like, exist just to feel that silence. It's so quiet, but I hear you saying to me, baby, say our time, we're making up time. The times you wasn't with me waking up. Now you never said I couldn't miss you touch. I needed you, I needed you. Needed to distance myself from you. I was just alone without you. So close, won't you? Won't you? Can I tell you something for what it is worth? We ain't having it, that's all right. Take you there, take you. I'll show you something, give you more than what. We ain't having it, that's all right. Take you there, take you. I'll show you something, give you more than what. We ain't having it, that's all right. Take you there, take you there. Take you there, won't you? Fill me up till my cup's overflowing. I'm so anxious just to feel the silence. It's so quiet, but I hear you saying to me, baby, say our time, we're making up time. The times you wasn't with me waking up. Now you never said I couldn't miss you touch. I needed you, I needed you. Needed to distance myself from you. I was just alone without you. So close, won't you? Won't you? Can I tell you something for what it is worth? We ain't having it, that's all right. Take you there, take you. I'll show you something, give you more than what. We ain't having it, that's all right. Take you there, take you there. Take you there. Can you please be done? Can you just be done? Can you be done? I want you to give to me, yeah. Can you please be done? Can you just be done? I want you to give to me,
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Say it if you a bad bitch, put your hands up high, hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now, put me in the booth. I'm talking about dark room, purple, go.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit. And I know your taste is a little bit high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you when you're in the mood for empathy. There's blood in my pen. Better yet, with your friends and them. I really wanna know you all. I really wanna show you off. Fuck that. Pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and your girl in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga don't approach her with that Atari. Nigga that ain't good game home is sorry. They say conversation ruin a nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs unless I write it down for real. P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning, good morning. Come on in, come on in. Listen, I'm gonna say this. I know it's probably a little confusion with what we're gonna be covering today. I had initially I had two live scheduled, not for today, but I had two live scheduled. And I unprivated the wrong one. I unprivated one that we're gonna cover next week. Well, it's not a trial. What we're gonna cover next week is not a trial. It's actually another case though. But today we're gonna get started on a trial that's been going on for like I think today is like the fourth day, and I'm hoping I can get through these 4 days today and this weekend in order for us to be caught up when they come back on Monday. Hey, Maliska. Hey, y'all. Come on in. Tap that screen twice. I don't know why. Y'all can see. Yeah. Oh, this why. Okay, so listen, I'm gonna talk quickly so we can get started. I don't know how many of you all know about this case, but the playlist that I have set up, the first video is from 3 years ago when this initially happened. It gives you pretty much an overview of what happened, and then I think the next two videos are day one of the trial that started I think on Tuesday. It's the opening statements for the prosecutor and the defense attorney, and then after that, it goes into day two, which starts the actual testimony. But the case is Sonny Bell. I think she was 6, maybe 4. I just went blank for a minute right then. She was either 4 or 6 when she passed away. Um, 5 guys, 5 males are on trial for her unaliving in Florida. I think it's Tampa. I think it's Tampa. I don't know if y'all know about this case. I don't know if well, it's going on, so it's been going down my timeline. But yeah, we're gonna get into it. And like I say, pay close attention to the first video that's gonna play because it gives you an overview. If you have not heard about this case, it gives you an overview of what happened 3 years ago when she was unalive. Okay, thank y'all for being here. Make sure y'all double tap that screen. Feel free to support the channel. All right, we're gonna get into it, y'all. And we behind because I took 2 days off. But we're gonna get caught up. We're gonna get caught up. Right, Miss B?
I'm gonna need you to stop sounding all sad and shit.
I'm not sad.
You sound like it.
I don't know what that means. I don't know. How do I
You
sound sad, Trey?
sound sad. That's what it means. You
I
sound
wasn't
sad.
sad
You
today when I was
sound
listening to you.
depressed. You sound
I
like you've
am not.
been crying. You sound like you lost your best friend. You sound like your cat got mites.
Well, damn. I wasn't sad earlier today when I was listening to your live, how you were arguing with that old lady and stuff.
You
Y'all,
ain't even got into the good part of it yet.
I'm waiting for the good part. I hated you ending it. I was like, damn, I knew he was going to do that. She was 4 minutes B. Okay, thank you, baby. I knew it was either 4 or 6. I sound different, Melissa. Girl, I'm sorry. I listen. I don't know what y'all mean, but okay. Y'all know me though, but yeah. What is the word coming to? A N keto twin, a damn N. People around here shoot. Let me just say R.I.P. to that. What is his name? Kirk. That guy.
Charlie.
You know. Yeah, I don't listen. Y'all know that. I don't care what the situation is, unless you in threat of losing your life. I don't agree with people killing people because of their beliefs or what they believe or what they speak. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why this country and what it's supposed to be based off of is bullshit because people can't even have freedom of speech. Now, did I agree with him? Did I agree with anything? No, but I mean, you just can't be killing people just because you don't agree. And I don't know what that 22-year-old was thinking about. I just don't know. I don't understand. I said I was gonna talk a little bit about it. Maybe I don't know. Y'all know I don't do politics, and if I talk about it won't go deep into the politics. But I just want to say I don't agree with, what I'm saying, like just unaliving people. That's sad. That man had a family, regardless of what his beliefs were. Whether or not we agree or disagree, the man had a family. That's just sad. So RP to him, prayers up to his family and things of that nature. I just had to say that. But we're gonna get into it, okay, y'all. So this is the overview of the case. All right, Trey, you got it on what you call it? Yeah, they got the video out where he was shot in the neck. And y'all know that he had a bulletproof vest on.
It
So
ricocheted off the vest.
They pieced together a
that's crazy, man. That's crazy. It was just his time then. But that's crazy. I don't know, cause do we as
together a clear puzzle.
did you started from the beginning?
Yes, it's the first video you got in the playlist.
Is it? Does it say from 3 years ago?
Yes.
I don't know why he
It's the
started
news
on.
story. Let's
Okay, let me go to.
see.
Let
Here's
me
the
go to
news
that.
story.
What happened tonight? 4-year-old Sonny. Okay, yeah, it's only like 2 minutes. So yeah, that's the one I think I wanted to play.
Is they've pieced together a
Right,
clear
y'all.
puzzle as to what happened prior to the shooting, what happened at the shooting, and more importantly, who did the shooting.
A police report totaling more than 600 pages sheds light on a complex investigation relying heavily on surveillance videos from surrounding businesses. Legal expert Anthony Rickman says that's critical. He isn't connected to this case, but carefully reviewed the report.
So with this surveillance video now, law enforcement is able to have a clear glimpse of what happened.
Sonny's uncle told detectives they had attended a remembrance party for a loved one and were looking for another planned gathering that night in August. As they circled the neighborhood around Hillsborough Avenue, they passed the Chevron gas station near 47th Street where a group of men were, quote, loitering.
They were able to identify the 5 defendants on that surveillance video. They were able to show that these 5 defendants got into the vehicle, one of which had an AR-15 style rifle.
According to the report, additional surveillance videos show the entire shooting unfold. Several men at the gas station jumped into 2 separate cars. Those vehicles followed the one carrying Sonny and her family and can be seen pulling up alongside the car and gunmen opening fire. Roughly 40 bullet casings were found near the scene.
That video shows muzzle flashes and essentially capturing the moment where Sonny is murdered.
The report indicates Sonny's uncle ran out of the car and eventually into officers. He fainted, but came to and told them what happened. Sonny's mother stayed in the vehicle with her little girl. Investigators say Sonny likely died in a matter of seconds.
This was an ambush by 2 vehicles on each side. And the victim is a 4-year-old baby in the back of the car yelling mommy as her last words.
Nearly 40 days later, police arrested 5 men: Jalen Bedward, James Denson IV, Quandarius Hammond, Zavante Sampson, and Andrew Thompson. The one question left unanswered in the report: why did this happen?
Motive is not an element of first-degree murder. Everybody wants to know or ask why. Well, right now we don't know why. What we do know is who.
And all 5 of those suspects have pleaded not guilty. According to the report, some of them are now even pointing the finger at one another. Regardless, Rickman believes this report shows just how strong the case will be if this ever goes to trial. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
Okay, y'all, that was the overview. That was
August
3 years ago. All right, so now we're at the opening statement.
Celebration in remembrance of the father.
Man, hell no. I can't take the judge and his hair seriously. Hell, I'm
You
gonna
look
get one of them
you look
wigs.
like a rock star.
Can you buy me one of them wigs for Christmas?
I got you. I don't know
I'ma
how
get
you
it
gonna get it on
sewed
your
in.
head with them dreads on it, but I got
Oh, they gonna sew it in somehow.
you.
Well, I see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get my dreads braided and then put a protective stocking cap over it and then let them sew it.
There you go. There you go.
You gonna laugh at my? Is you gonna laugh at my flip?
I don't ever laugh at you, Trey.
I'm gonna get it this same color. Are you gonna laugh at my flip when I'm walking around?
Not the flip. I ain't gonna laugh. Thank you, Miss Margie. Why you take so long to go live now? My grandchildren woke. I'm sorry. I had to go. I am to run earlier. I'm sorry, Miss Margie. I'll make it up to you. I'm sorry, girl. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it. I wanted to go earlier, but
August 22nd of
go ahead, Trey.
2021 was supposed to be a day of celebration in remembrance of the father of Mary Harrison and Willie Brown. Instead, it turned into a night of horror and tragedy. It turned out that way because these 5 men seated here before you today hunted them down and through a
I
coordinated
seen him on a TV show
and
before
targeted
or something.
attack, sprayed their car with bullets, 40 to be exact, one of which entered that back seat and pierced the heart and lung of Sonny Bell, 4-year-old daughter of Mary Harrison, who was in the front passenger seat. You will hear that earlier in the day, Mary Harrison and Willie Brown had been at DeSoto Park for a celebration of their father, who had died a year earlier. You will hear that afterwards, Willie Brown and Mary Harrison were attempting to find a sort of get-together afterwards, an after-party kind of thing, happening at a cousin's salon. This cousin's salon was somewhere around 47th and Hillsborough. They didn't know the exact address. They didn't know the exact location. They just sort of had a general idea of where to go. Willie Brown was driving.
Hey, Boogie, much love.
Silver Infinity. You'll see a lot of pictures of that car. He was driving. Mary Harrison was seated beside him in the passenger seat, and Sonny Bell was in the back seat of his vehicle. They began to drive around Hillsborough and 47th. Unfortunately, that area was also where a gas station is located. It's a Chevron. It's often called the Jet. That was the former name of the gas station. At that Jet, these 5 individuals, along with a number of other people, were all hanging around. And you'll see video of this. They're all hanging around out there, doing whatever. At some point, as Willie Brown is driving around, lost basically, he notices that they're starting to pay attention to him and pointing at him. At one point, Willie Brown parks by the gas station.
Hi, Lucindo. Happy Friday.
By the end of this trial, you become very well accustomed to this map. Okay, I'm telling you that. So what we're talking about is this location. Oops, I had it upside down. This is the Chevron right here, the Jet. This is 47th right here, 45th and 47th is right there. This was the area that Willie Brown was driving around looking for this salon where people were gathering afterwards. At this Chevron, right around this area over here, kind of towards the side of it, there's like some little garbage bins or dumpsters. And they're all hanging out right here. At a certain point, Willie Brown parks right around on this field, trying to call his cousin to find out where it is the salon is supposed to be so that he can get there. While he's sitting there at that field, he notices the people at that Chevron pointing at him and looking at him. He's getting uncomfortable at this point. He's unable to reach his cousin, and it's getting late, so he decides to take Mary and her daughter home. For whatever reason, ladies and gentlemen, these men focused on that silver Infiniti.
Let me land.
Willie Brown pulls out of that field and drives down 45th Street before pulling out onto Hillsborough Avenue. He passes a tow truck, and you're going to see video from across the street, looking this way. This video right here, Lorenzo Garage. You'll see a number of videos from that. Pointing this way towards 45th Street. Willie Brown comes out. He can't go left here. He turns right and heads down Hillsborough Avenue, past the Chevron, up to around 50th Street, where he does a U-turn to come back and head west to take Mary home, Mary and Sonny home. At that point in time, these men were arming themselves. They were gathering together, they were pointing, they were getting in cars, and they were taking off to hunt them down. Again, this is a video, ladies and gentlemen, that you are going to see many times throughout the course of this trial. You're going to see it zoomed in. You're going to see it slowed down. You're going to see video of each of the individual people and what they did and their part in all of this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where they conspire. This is where the conspiracy begins. This is where they decide they are going to hunt down that vehicle and shoot and kill whoever is in that car.
Is it still playing, y'all?
Look like they trying to get some
Is it?
they showing footage.
It's silent. Welcome back, Tanya. I don't know why these people ain't realized yet that cameras be everywhere.
Now, I understand, ladies and gentlemen, at first glance on that, there's a lot going on. It's hard to tell what's happening, but I promise you by the end of this trial, you will know who those individuals were. You will know their actions. You will see some of them holding firearms, including long assault rifles. You will see some of them masking themselves up the minute they hear what they're about to do. Plain as day, right there. That's where they come together with an agreement to hunt down and shoot the car of Willie Brown. And if you watch early in that video, you will see a car go by, a silver-looking car, which appears to be the same car that Willie Brown drives. They focused on that car from that moment forward. Many of them running out in the fields to take a look to see where that car is and where it's parked and what it's doing. And the minute that car pulled out of that field and drove out onto Hillsborough Avenue, heading east, these individuals jumped in 3 separate vehicles, loaded with guns, masked up, and began their pursuit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they don't know who is in that car, or they think they may know who is in that car, but they don't know Willie Brown. They don't know Mary Harrison, and they don't know Sonny Bell. Neither of those 3 have any relationship whatsoever with any of these men. They're not from around that area. That's not where they go. They don't know these men. These men don't know them. Why these men targeted that car, we're not sure. But they targeted that car. Mistaken identification, who knows? But the fact is that car was targeted. Now, there's no requirement that they know who was in the car. That's irrelevant. All that matters is that their intent was to kill whoever was in that car. That's all that matters. Whether they knew the names of the individuals, just similar to like a mass shooter or anyone else, they don't have to know the names of the individuals they're trying to kill, just that they are trying to kill. And in this case, they were trying to kill. So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see through a series of videos that have been put together by detectives and police officers who are involved in the investigation of this case. These videos will show, as I told you earlier, from Lorenzo's garage, it will show you Willie Brown's silver Infiniti turning out and heading down Hillsborough Avenue past the jet. You've seen from the video you just saw was from East Tampa Pawn and Gun, which is facing towards that corner of the jet. You'll also see a Chevron video that will show the 3 vehicles pulling out, following that car as it turns around. Power Electric will be the next video you see. In Power Electric, you will see the victim's silver Infiniti coming by on the right side lane, the inside lane, or the right side lane along the curb. You will see the silver Infiniti pass. You'll have one angle pointing this way where you'll see it coming towards you passing. You'll have another angle coming this way where you see it coming towards you passing. And as it passes, you will notice a dark colored Infiniti coming up behind it. Willie Brown will tell you that as he drove, he saw that car doing the same U-turn he did. He recognized it and saw it. At that point in time, he still didn't know that they were after him, but he did notice that car do the same U-turn he did and come up behind him. That car is going at a super fast speed. You will see that. It chases up behind, and then in the distance, you will see as Willie Brown's car is just proceeding along, the darker Infiniti will catch up and brake lights will come on to match the speed of that silver Infiniti, to match the speed of Willie Brown's car. The driver of that car, ladies and gentlemen, is Avante Sampson. I will get into that in a moment. From that Power Electric, the next one we will see is from Lorenzo's again. This time, instead of the car coming this way, the car will be coming this way. It is at that moment that that Infiniti, driven by Avante Sampson, is caught up to Willie Brown and begins to unleash gunfire on Willie Brown. You hear from Willie Brown that he panicked. You could hear the bullets hitting his car. He saw the passenger, who, by the way, is Quandarius Hammond, and I will get into that in a moment. He saw the passenger shooting at his car. He could hear the bullets hitting his car. He was panicked and scared. He made a decision that probably he regrets at this time, but in that moment and in that panic, he had thought or believed
It's
that his
5 of
car
them, Tanya, and they all there.
had been
It's 5 of
disabled,
them.
and he jumped out and took off running, leaving his sister and niece in the car. At this point in time, Willie Brown thought they were shooting at him. He'll tell you, I thought they were shooting at me. So I took off running, and you're going to hear how he ran down this road right here, which is 45th Street. He leaves the car and goes running down 45th Street and starts knocking on people's houses in a panic. They're shooting at me. You're going to hear those gunshots, by the way. You will hear how many gunshots there were. But he will tell you, running over here, knocking on people's doors, they're shooting at me. They're shooting at me. You're going to see a video from Mike Coakley's house. He had a video camera set up, and you'll see that he ran through the backyards and was trying to find someone to help him, but no one would help him because they're scared. They hear the gunshots, and then there's a man at their door saying, "Let me in, help me, I got to get away." So no one does, but they do call 911 for him. And then he stays there. Willie Brown stays there, waiting for police. Now, right at this time, though, Mary Harrison, who's in the passenger seat, jumps into the driver's seat and starts driving off further down Hill's Road. By this point, the first car that Avante Sampson is driving has already turned off down 40, I believe, or down one of these roads, had already turned off and headed left and was going back to the jet. But unbeknownst to Mary Harrison, there were 2 cars following up. The second car goes by, and it's unclear whether or not someone shot from that second car. We believe that they did, but at this point in time, no one from that second car has been charged. The third car continues pursuit, and you will see right around here at this auto upgrade videos, you will see the third car catch up, and you will observe that car firing on Mary Harrison and Sonny Bell, defenseless. You will see muzzle flashes. Very big muzzle flashes, clearly coming from a very large caliber gun. You will see those flashes. Boom, 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 boom. You will be hearing the gunshots. And you will see that along Hillsborough Avenue, by the time crime scene shows up, there are 40 casings scattered throughout in different groupings. And you're going to learn about those groupings. You're going to learn about the grouping of 9mm that were over here on the initial shooting. You're going to learn about the grouping over here where eventually the car crashes into a pole. Mary crashes into a pole. And you will see that around this area where you see those heavy muzzle flashes is where the rifle was shooting. The rifle coming from the passenger seat of the car driven by Jalen Bedford. The passenger seat that was occupied by Andrew Thomas. All who have been identified as getting into those vehicles. Mary crashes into the pole. She gets out and realizes that her daughter has been struck. In a panic, she runs, screaming, asking for any help she can get, anybody. And you will hear that a large number of people start to come out once these cars have cleared the area and begin to render aid to Sonny Bell. They try and do CPR. They do whatever they can to try and save this little girl. But ultimately, they're not successful. Because one bullet went through her body, punctured her heart, punctured her lung, and killed her. You're going to see the vehicle You're going to see the amount of gunshots that happened on that vehicle, the holes in that car, how many times that car was shot. You will see all of that. This, ladies and gentlemen, was a targeted attack, coordinated by a group of individuals who were hell-bent on killing whoever was in that car. So, obviously, a police investigation began. Sunnyvale was taken to the hospital where she was pronounced deceased. You're going to hear from the medical examiner about her injury. She actually has two, one of which is a very small entrance wound, but appears to be possibly shrapnel or something maybe from the car. The medical examiner will tell you that she was pretty much not going to survive this injury, no matter what. No matter how much aid they had given to her. And I will show you a photograph where you will see people there helping, trying to give help. No matter how much aid was rendered, that minute that bullet hit her, she was gone. The enemy is not going to be able to tell you what bullet it was. We're not going to sit here, ladies and gentlemen, and try and tell you that if any specific one of these individuals fired the gun that killed her. What we're telling you is that they work together as a team to make this happen. And it doesn't matter which one fired the killing shot, they all work to make this happen. So the investigation begins, and you're going to hear a lot of evidence from this crime scene. Again, riddled with casings, up and down. And we will have crime scene diagrams that will show you where each of the casings was located. At least 4 different firearms were used in this case. That much we do know. So detectives and law enforcement began gathering these videos that we discussed, one of which is the Chevron video. So in that video, in the East Tampa Pond video, they notice all of this. They see these individuals reacting to the car that they believe is the car that Willie Brown was driving. They see these individuals then leaving, and then Willie Brown goes by. And they're able to track these vehicles as they come by and eventually unload on Willie Brown's car. So the detectives start to identify the individuals involved. One of the first individuals they identify is this man right here, closest to you, Jalen Bedward. They identify him as the driver of the third vehicle, the Chrysler 300. They eventually meet with Mr. Bedward. They show Mr. Bedward the video you just saw, and he identifies himself. He says, yeah, that's me. At one point in the video, I'm not sure if you saw it, someone kind of runs in and falls to the ground. That's Jalen Bedward. He identifies himself and says, yeah, I tripped on some rebar. At one point in this video, Jalen Bedward can be seen holding a very long assault type rifle. He's confronted with that and admits, yeah, that's my gun. I was posting up. Everyone was yelling about the car. So I posted up with my rifle. And you will see, when you watch some of these zoomed in and slowed down, you will see the silhouette basically at certain points when he's turning of the rifle in his hand. And he admits that was his rifle. He admits everything, admits getting in the car, admits driving off with all of them, but then says, but I never did a U-turn. I never went back. Ladies and gentlemen, his cell phone and casings found at that scene prove that he's lying. He did, in fact, go back. He did, in fact, make that U-turn, and he was, in fact, the third vehicle that unleashed on Willie Brown's car at that spot. And we know this because of the cell phone evidence that shows him in that area right around that time. We know this because another one of the passengers in his car, we were able to obtain the gun. And that gun matched some of the casings that were found at that scene. The front seat passenger in that car was Andrew Thompson. Andrew Thompson seated way back there, kind of towards the right. That's Andrew Thompson. He was in the video, kind of towards the front, like with some checkered black and white shorts. Again, we're going to show you videos where we zoom in on them so you have a better understanding of their part. He's also the individual who pulls off this white t-shirt and wraps it around his face as a mask before they take off. Andrew Thompson gets in the passenger side of the car driven by Jalen Bedward. The passenger side, where, ladies and gentlemen, you will see the very large muzzle flashes coming from that vehicle as it is passing Mary Harrison in the Infiniti. Andrew Thompson shot that rifle at that car. He was in that passenger seat. He identified himself on video at that Chevron. That was him firing that gun. And where that big gun was firing is where we find the rifle cases, all right in this area here, just near where she eventually crashes. But there's also 2 other casings that are found there from a 9mm. Right in that exact same spot, right by the rifle casings, a smaller gun. Those rifle casings belonged to the 3rd passenger, or the other passenger in that car. So you had Jalen Bedward driving, Andrew Thompson is the front seat passenger, and in the back seat, carrying a 9mm, was James Denson. You see the cut in the middle over here in the corner. James Denson IV. He had a firearm with him as well. And he identifies himself from that Chevron video. And he identifies himself getting into the back seat of the car driven by Jalen Bedward. So there's no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jalen Bedward who drove that car, because the people in his car left evidence right there at the scene. James Denson is talking to the police and tells them that he has a baby, a Taurus gun, that he never lets out of his sight. So they ask him, where is that gun? Well, I pawned it because I needed some money. Where did he pawn it? Can't make this up, right here at East Tampa Pawn, where we got the video. So what do detectives do? They go right back to East Tampa Pawn, and sure enough, there's a Taurus 9mm gun that he pawned with a pawn ticket and his thumbprint on the pawn slip. They send it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, who are able to make comparisons between casings and determine whether or not a casing was fired from a particular gun. And they found 2 casings right around this spot here belonging to the gun that James Denson says he never lets out of his sight. That was the 3rd vehicle. And all of that happened again right in this area. The 1st vehicle, which sends out the initial shots to where Willie Brown thinks the car's disabled and has to jump out. That vehicle was driven by Zavante Sampson, who's seated right there, directly in front of you, facing you, with the large dreads. That is Zavante Sampson. He was the driver of the 1st vehicle, a darker colored Infiniti. Again, you will see that in some of the videos. You saw that in the video there. It was the one with the brake lights that you were looking at the back of. That's the car that Zavante Sampson gets in. That's the car he drives. He has 1 passenger with him, Quandarius Hammond. Zavante Sampson admits to getting in that car, admits to driving that car, admits that on that video, that's him getting in the driver's seat of that vehicle. But Zavante Sampson does not admit that he made the U-turn. He does, he continues on. Again, cell phone and video evidence prove that it's not the case at all. You will also know that Zavante Sampson, the driver of Quandarius Hammond, who says he drove off and that was it, he left, headed eastbound on Hillsborough, that was it. Well, you will watch another video from that East Tampa Pawn that's going to show just a minute or 2 after the shooting, he's pulling back in to that Chevron where he lets out his passenger, Quandarius Hammond, who goes behind a dumpster, grabs a bag, and then they walk back to these apartments, or he walked back to these apartments where Zavante Sampson drives around and parks. He didn't leave. He didn't go to eastbound. We could follow that car and we track that car back into some of these back roads through other videos. Zavante Sampson didn't keep on going. He stayed, he turned around and he shot, or he had his passenger shoot at Willie Brown's car. And again, from that power electric, you will see how as that car is passing at a very fast speed to catch up, you watch those brake lights and you will see the brake lights on Zavante Sampson's Infiniti slow down, come on, to basically match the speed of Willie Brown's car. He knew what was going to happen, and he set it up and he got his passenger there so that his passenger could unleash on it. Speaking of his passenger, that is our final person here, Quandarius Hammond. He's kind of back there in the corner. Quandarius Hammond was the passenger of this vehicle. He identifies himself in the video. Again, all 5 of them admit that is them in that video at that Chevron on that day. But Quandarius Hammond says, "Oh, yeah, that's me getting in there." But when we drove off, he dropped me off like right on the corner there, and I walked back and my girlfriend came and picked me up. Again, we knew from cell phone evidence and from the later video that shows him coming back with Zavante Sampson and being dropped off where he grabs the bag behind the dumpster, that was not true. He lied. And in fact, you'll hear a jail phone call with his girlfriend where she says, "I can't say that because I was in St. Pete." So these individuals are arrested, search warrants are obtained. You will hear about different searches that are conducted of both the vehicles as well as their houses. You will see the clothes that are found that match the clothes they were wearing on that day. Phones are searched as well. And you're going to see some evidence that comes from the phone belonging to Quandarius Hammond. It will show him in the clothes that you'll see him wearing throughout the day at the Chevron. You will also see him holding a gun. You will see that he did some searches while he was after this occurred, including 4-year-old shot in Tampa video footage. Other phones were collected. In fact, all of them were. Some were completely wiped out to factory reset, so there was no evidence obtained from those particular phones. Some called detail records, which you're going to hear about, were obtained, which shows that there was, in fact, prior to and afterwards, communication between all of these individuals via phone. And you're also going to hear from an expert regarding cell tower technology and advanced timing data that will tell you and explain to you how cell phones can often, because they communicate with towers, can often give location data. Sometimes it's very just kind of open-ended, like a B that will show, oh, it's somewhere in this neighborhood by the B coming out that way from the cell tower. But sometimes with what's called timing advanced records, they're able to use different, and it's usually with just T-Mobile, which 4 of these 5 individuals had T-Mobile. It's able to give you almost a pinpoint spot at a specific location of where that phone is. It's not quite exact, but it's very close. The detective will tell you that with timing advanced records, if he was trying to find a phone, he would look at that spot and he would start somewhere there and it would be somewhere around there. Well, you're going to hear that those timing advanced records will show that at least 3 of the 4 phones dots are almost right there where the shooting was taking place at the time of the shooting. Not heading eastbound away from Hillsborough or down Hillsborough away from the scene, right there at the time of the shooting. The only one that's different really is Andrew Thompson's, because he had AT&T, and AT&T you're going to hear from the detective does not give us quite a good location reference. It does show him in kind of the general area of that Chevron area just after the shooting, but it doesn't give any pinpoint accuracy like the others do. But it doesn't matter because Jalen Bedwards does, and we know that Andrew Thompson was in that car, and we know that James Spencer was in that car because he left the bullet casings there that matched his gun. This is overwhelming evidence, ladies and gentlemen, not circumstantial. This is direct evidence. The casings, direct evidence. These videos, direct evidence. Cell site results, direct evidence. All point to these 5 individuals being involved in this. All the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, tells you loud and clear how these 5 men conspired, teamed up, and worked together to hunt down and kill Sonny Bell and anyone else who happened to be in that car. And at the conclusion of this case, the state is confident you will find each of these gentlemen guilty as charged on all counts. Thank you.
May it please the court, Mr. Terry, Ms. Ismer, Ms. Fonte, co-counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you might remember, my name is Brian Gonzalez, and along with my investigator, Billy Lane, who's sitting at the table, we represent Zavante Sampson. As you know, Mr. Sampson has been charged with premeditated first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted premeditated first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and shooting into a vehicle. He's charged with the other co-defendants that are seated at the table behind us, that being Quandarius Hammond, Jalen Bedward, Andrew Thompson, and James Denson. As Mr. Terry told you on August 22nd, 2021, it's alleged that multiple vehicles shot into a vehicle driven by Willie Brown, occupied by Mary Harrison in the front passenger seat, and Sonny Bell in the back seat. I think the evidence will indicate to you that Sonny Bell was not restrained or in a car seat of any kind, and certainly was in the back seat at some portion of that back seat during the course of the vehicle's travel. As a result of the gunfire from one of the firearms in one of the vehicles, Sonny Bell was killed. Zavante Sampson has continued or has contended from day one that he's not guilty of committing any of the offenses that he's charged with, that he did not, and you should know, he did not discharge a firearm. He's not alleged to have discharged a firearm. He's not alleged to have possessed a firearm. That he had nothing to do with causing the death of Sonny Bell or the attempted murders of Mary Harrison and Willie Brown. The story here is in the details, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly there is going to be, I suspect, a great deal of evidence about where these people were, the defendants, where the victims were, where cars were, how they traveled. I anticipate that there will be a wholly insufficient lack of evidence that will be presented by the state to convince you that Zavante Sampson is criminally responsible for premeditated murder, premeditated attempted murder in the first degree, and conspiracy. Pay close attention to not what the state can show you, but what they can't show you in attempt to prove or to prove the elements of each and every one of the offenses that Mr. Sampson is charged with. I would ask you to determine what evidence the state provides you or who will testify that Zavante Sampson made an agreement with anyone to intend that a first-degree murder, an attempted first-degree murder took place or be committed, and how Zavante Sampson intended to assist someone or another person to actually commit that murder or attempted first-degree murder. This is a prosecution that lies in the hands of circumstantial evidence. I know Mr. Terry told you there is a number of evidence that will be submitted for your review that is direct. Yes, it's direct evidence that there's a video showing that there are people at the Chevron. Yes, it's direct evidence that they show a video with cars driving down the street. Yes, there is direct evidence in this case, but essentially, I don't believe you're going to hear an admission to a crime by Zavante Sampson. There's going to be no eyewitness that implicates him directly in any of the offenses for which he's charged. And remember that things that lead you to other things are very, very dangerous as you digest this evidence and as you deliberate to determine what Zavante Sampson did that constitutes a crime. In order to find somebody guilty, as we talked about, of any crime based on circumstantial evidence, you must preclude or eliminate any hypothesis of innocence. Do not take that leap without a foundation to do so. The central issue with respect to this case centers around, first, whether Zavante Sampson conspired with any defendant to commit these crimes. I expect that the court will instruct you that to prove a conspiracy, the state must prove that the intent of Zavante Sampson was that the offense of premeditated first-degree murder would be committed, and also that Zavante Sampson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with his co-defendants to cause this first-degree murder to be committed by them, by one of them, or by some of them. I counted just generally during the course of the state's opening statement that Mr. Terry used the word they 17 times. I anticipate that there's going to be a lot of statements that are centered around they did this or they did that during the balance of the next couple of weeks. You'll need to rely on the evidence to separate they from Zavante Sampson and what he did. Remember that every defendant, Quandarius Hammond, Andrew Thompson, Jalen Bedward, James Denson, they're all charged with the most serious offenses that we have. As you listen to the evidence this week, keep in mind that these defendants here sit in one trial, but they're in fact 5 individuals. Now, I understand you will have to determine whether they are principals and whether they conspired. But what one or some may be guilty of, others, in particular, Zavante Sampson, may not be guilty of. You determine if, as Mr. Terry says, there is overwhelming evidence against Zavante Sampson. What he told you in opening statement essentially is that he knows what Mr. Sampson was thinking. He knows what Mr. Sampson was saying. Mr. Terry thinks he knows what Mr. Sampson was doing. Make him prove those things to you by way of evidence. Because certainly what I say and what Mr. Terry says is not evidence. It's also going to be your job to determine whether Zavante Sampson was a principal to the crimes committed by one or more of the other defendants. I believe that the evidence will show that he's not a principal. I believe that the court will instruct you that in order for Zavante Sampson to be criminally responsible for the act of another, the state must prove that he intended the crime to occur and that he did some act or said something that was intended and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise another person to actually commit the crime. Okay, that's what makes him a principal, because he didn't carry a gun and he didn't discharge a gun. If the state meets that burden, then the defendant must be treated as anyone else that had done all of the things that were alleged. In this case, the state must prove that Savante Sampson intended that this killing occurred, although he doesn't have to be present when it happens. I believe that during the course of the week, you're going to hear from a number of police officers and detectives from the Tampa Police Department, some that secured the scene, some that conducted interviews, some that sought evidence at various places, video from various places. A key member of that team is Detective Chris Saleha, the lead detective in this case. I anticipate that you'll hear also from crime scene technicians that took photographs and collected casings and other items of evidence from the scene, from the search warrants, from the vehicles. Please pay close attention to what evidence and where it was located, including distances, as Mr. Terry has suggested to you, from locations of vehicles involved in the shooting. There are 3 vehicles identified. I also expect, as Mr. Terry has indicated to you, that you'll see a number of videos beginning with the congregation at the Chevron gas station, which you've already seen a portion of, and others along the route that was taken by various vehicles that are involved in this case. I expect the quality of some of those videos to be marginal. I expect the quality of others to be very, very good. Each of them tells a piece of the story. And certainly it is, in and of itself, direct evidence. But you have to look closely, and I implore you to take each one of these videos exactly for what they are worth. Focus on these videos, ladies and gentlemen, very intensely on what they don't show you. Mr. Terry's talked about what they do show you. But what is just as important, if not more important, surely as it relates to Savante Sampson, is what they don't show you. As Mr. Terry mentioned, we believe that you're going to hear testimony from Detective Saleha that on September 30th, 2022, Mr. Sampson was arrested and provided a statement where he was untruthful about the entirety of his knowledge and what occurred on August 21st, 2022, and the part that he played. It'll be your job as you listen or as he testifies to this statement by Mr. Sampson to consider the reasons why Mr. Sampson would say the things he said and what he would tell Detective Saleha immediately after he was being arrested for premeditated first-degree murder and attempted premeditated first-degree murder, as well as conspiracy to join the others in the commission of a first-degree murder. Remember, as the weeks go on, and I say that not meaning weeks and weeks and weeks, but during the course of the testimony that will be elicited during this trial, that you are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses in this case. I believe that critical evidence will come from the testimony of 2 of the victims, Mary Harrison and Willie Brown. She's also known as Bree. You might hear her referred to as Bree. It's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to determine why Willie Brown and Mary Harrison were in the area of the East Hillsborough Avenue neighborhood at approximately 9 p.m. on August 22nd of 2021, and what part they played. You have to determine what Willie Brown's motivation for being there was. You have to determine, and I believe the evidence will indicate to you that something is amiss, ladies and gentlemen, with someone being less than candid about why, where, and when, and what was the purpose of their presence there. Please listen carefully to their testimony and any inconsistencies that arise, because inconsistencies are evidence too. It causes you to determine the credibility of what someone is saying, because the story is in the details in this case. It's not solely rooted in the videos that you will see. I'd only suggest and ask you to please keep an open mind during the course of this trial, that you listen and you weigh the evidence as it comes from the witness stand in the form of testimony from the witnesses. You judge their credibility, all of them. And any consistencies that I believe will become apparent during the course of that testimony, along with the admitted evidence by way of documents, by way of pictures, by way of videos. You owe this to yourselves. You certainly owe it to Sonny Bell's family. And as importantly, you owe it to Zavante Sampson. I'd like to briefly talk to you about a couple of things that we went over previously. First, the presumption of innocence. Remember that Zavante Sampson is cloaked with that presumption of innocence throughout the course of these proceedings until that presumption has been overcome by evidence. He's not compelled to become a witness in this case. He need not prove anything to you. You promised me that you would not hold that against them and wonder why. On the other hand, if he were to choose to make himself a witness in this case, you also told me that you would give him the same credence that you would give any other witness that takes the stand. Secondly, we talked about the burden of proof. Remember that Mr. Sampson is charged in one indictment, one charging document that in and of itself is not evidence, with multiple crimes. And each one of those crimes has elements that must be proven by the state of Florida before you can find someone guilty of that particular crime. 2 out of 3 is not sufficient. 1 out of 2 is not sufficient. It has to be a clean sweep, ladies and gentlemen. And as part of that clean sweep, you understand that reasonable doubt is the gravamen of our judicial system. That if we were to bring you 2 conceivable theories in this particular case, one that would suggest that Mr. Sampson's guilty, another one that suggests that Mr. Sampson is innocent, that's the nature of reasonable doubt. That's not a speculative doubt. That's not a forced doubt. I know that after hearing the evidence in this case and giving us the same undivided attention that you have given us thus far, that you'll find that Mr. Sampson did not conspire with any defendant in this case to commit a first-degree murder, premeditated, attempted murders in first degree, premeditated, or did he shoot into an occupied vehicle? I believe the evidence is going to be crystal clear that Zavante Sampson was not a principal in this case, that there will be no evidence to indicate that he was a principal in this case. He did not intend for a murder or an attempted murder to occur. He did not do any act intentionally or say something that caused someone other than himself to commit a murder or an attempted murder. Listen to the evidence very carefully, weigh it, and again, be very wary of what the state of Florida cannot show you. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez? Yes, sir.
Counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could reintroduce myself, my name is Danny Hernandez, and I represent Mr. Jalen Bedward, who's seated next to me. I want to begin by thanking you very much for your service. I know it's an intrusion into your personal and business activities, but you're an essential part of our judicial system. We can't have jury trials like we have in this country, which is unique in this country, without people like yourselves that are able and willing to provide your attention and your service. I also want to begin by reminding you, I think Mr. Gonzalez already mentioned it, everything that Mr. Terry said on behalf of the state of Florida in their opening statement is not evidence. They all, and for that matter, none of what the attorneys are saying, the defense attorneys are saying, is not evidence. But remember that the entire burden of proof is on the state of Florida. And what you are to consider is only the evidence that's presented during the course of the trial, not what Mr. Terry is suggesting in his opening statements. The purpose, though, of the opening statements is to give you an idea of what we believe that the evidence will show or not show. I believe the evidence in this case will show that my client, Jalen Bedward, is not guilty. And there's no question that you're going to hear a lot of testimony, and some of it is crime scene technicians talking about different things that they saw at the scene of the shooting, a collection of evidence, things of that nature. But the overriding thing that I know is part of this case is that there's a horrible tragedy that occurred in the death of Suni Bell, a 4-year-old child. And as we talked about in jury selection, you are being asked to set aside, as your responsibility as jurors is to set aside any feelings of that in determining whether or not the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt as to each separate defendant. I believe the evidence is going to show the following, that Mr. Bedward was merely present at the scene of this shooting. He was with his friends, the co-defendants. He was at the scene when the shooting took place, but did not participate in any way. I believe the evidence is going to show that Mr. Bedward did not conspire to commit any crime. He is not a principal to first-degree murder. The evidence is going to show, I believe, that Mr. Bedward had no knowledge of anything illegal or violent that was going to occur. And I believe the evidence will show that there is no evidence of any willful ignorance on behalf of Mr. Bedward. Now, the evidence is going to show, and Mr. Terry already mentioned it, is that my client, Mr. Bedward, did in fact own and possess and had a firearm in his car. He is a legal owner of that weapon. And the evidence is going to show that he never fired that firearm. He cooperated fully with the police. He identified himself as the owner and driver of the Chrysler 300. He admitted he was present at the scene driving his car. He provided cell phone information and actually handed over his cell phone to the police. He consented to the search of his apartment, having nothing to hide. He denied any involvement in the shooting and does not know who shot or how it happened. I believe the evidence is going to show that the surveillance video is consistent with Mr. Bedward being merely present at the scene. Apparently, and you'll hear of the evidence, there was a muzzle flash coming somewhere from the passenger side. I believe the evidence is going to show that Mr. Bedward was unaware, he saw trouble, and as the driver of that vehicle, his only focus was getting the heck out of there. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that if you consider what we talked about during jury selection, that reasonable doubt can come from the evidence. It can also come from conflict in evidence, and it can also come from lack of evidence. And I believe that considering those three things, evidence, lack of evidence, and conflict in evidence, that the only just verdict in this case on behalf of Mr. Bedward as to all counts is a verdict of not guilty. Now, before I conclude, I do have two major requests of you. I already referred to the tragic death of Suni Bell. Please, I ask you, do not let sympathy drive any of your evaluation of the state's case. No question, this was a horrific tragedy, but there can never be a conclusion of, well, because of that, someone has to pay. There is no attempt to downplay what happened to this poor child. But that does not mean that the state has sufficient evidence, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that my client is guilty of what he's accused of. And I believe the evidence will show that they do not have that evidence. And my second request is, please do not speculate. The defendant, Mr. Bedward, never fired his firearm. There is going to be no proof that showing knowledge of any illegal activity or criminal intent by Mr. Bedward. You must not conclude that Mr. Bedward had knowledge or criminal intent through association with others or being merely present at the scene of a shooting. And on the same line as echoing what Mr. Gonzalez said, there can't be conclusions based on they. References to they is not evidence that Mr. Bedward, specifically Mr. Bedward, had involvement, criminal involvement in this shooting. And if I believe that if you grant my request, that the only just and correct verdict is a verdict of not guilty as to Mr. Bedward. Thank you.
Mr. Fischetti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And please, court counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing that the state is asking you to find my client, James Denson, seated in the black jacket in the corner over there, is the murder of Sonny Bell. And I think it's helpful to take a look at the elements of the offense in order to kind of give us a guide for what we're going to be looking at during the course of our time together. The first thing that they have to show is that her death was caused by the criminal act of James Denson. So it's the very first thing that they're going to have to show in order to show that he's guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Second thing that they're going to have to show based on that premeditation is that you're going to have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that based on the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of James Denson, that death resulted of Sonny Bell. Okay, so I think it's important here, some of the other attorneys have touched on, to note that separate crimes have been charged against each of the defendants here. The grouping of this trial is done for efficiency, it's done for convenience, but that doesn't mean that any of the constitutional rights that my client James Denson has should be waived based on that convenience, based on that efficiency, based on that economy. And you have to decide whether or not my client is guilty or not guilty based only on his conduct. And the conduct of other persons involved in this case should not affect your verdict as to James Denson. The second charge of conspiracy that the state has talked about in saying that these people were working together, okay? The state, as it presents its evidence today, must prove an intent to kill on behalf of James Denson as part of that conspiracy. An intent to kill on behalf of my client. So they can't transfer the intent of somebody else on him if he did not intend that act to occur. That's where the conspiracy portion of this is. So let's talk about this when we're talking about the circumstances of the killing, when we're talking about the conduct of the accused. So those are the two phrases that I'm going to ask you to keep in mind during the presentation of the state's evidence. The circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused, in this situation being James Denson. So let's talk about the circumstances of the killing. You've seen some of the previews of the video. You're going to see a lot more evidence. But let's talk about which car. Okay, they're going to allege that he was in the third vehicle, not the first one, not the second, not the third. Let's talk about the timing of those vehicles as they interact with Willie Brown, as they interact with the vehicle containing Mary Harrison and Sonny Bell. Let's talk about a rifle versus a handgun. The state's going to allege that there is a handgun that was in the possession of James Denson. Let's talk about which handgun, because there are going to be multiple handguns that are discussed. But essentially, if the state brings in evidence as they have promised, they're going to say that there are two shots that are made by James Denson. So I'm going to ask you to look at the timeline of those shots and where they are. And I will submit to you that the shell casings, two of them, just two shots from James Denson's 9mm Taurus that he purchased himself, that he had a concealed weapons permit for, those two shots, those two shell casings are going to be located to the east of where the vehicle containing Sonny Bell and Mary Harrison, and originally driven by Willie Brown, was located, crashed against the telephone pole. So those shots, those two shell casings, are going to be almost the last in the timeline as we go ahead and go through the timing of this. Okay, so it's going to be after the shots from the first car. It's going to be, for the most part, after the discharges from the assault rifle. It's important when you look at where those casings were discovered, as it talks about the timing of the events and the people who are interacting with. Because as we're going east on Hillsborough, okay, the first street that we're going to be at is 45th. Okay, 45th is going to be important because that's the street that Willie Brown has already been shot at. He has already exited his vehicle, which is still in motion, and he actually takes off north on 45th into the neighborhood over there. And I believe you're going to see from the surveillance video, and you're going to see from Mr. Brown, that there's actually shots being fired at him in this area. So it would be reasonable to infer from that evidence that the persons who are shooting at Willie Brown, okay, either had to fire on his vehicle before it got to 45th, or be firing at his person as he's running down 45th, and that evidence of that shooting would be located in that area. As it after 43rd, to the east of 43rd, that's where the Infiniti occupied by Mary Harrison and Sonny Bell was finally located. And it's important to say that there will not be one person that will be able to come into court during this trial and say which handgun or rifle, which firearm actually struck Sonny Bell. Okay, which projectile from which handgun? Nobody's going to be able to say that. Nobody's going to be able to say that this gun is responsible for her killing. And as far as some of the other evidence involved, you're not going to have anybody that's going to be able to say that the firearm carried by James Denson was responsible for any of the holes, any of the strikes, any of the damage to the car, or anything as it relates to that Infiniti. Nobody can tell you the caliber of the bullets, the style of the firearm, or the person that's responsible for many of these shots. So I want you to take a look at that, and then I want you to take a look at the conduct of the accused. So we have the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused. The state is asking you to infer that, again, these people working together, they masked up. I can hear anybody say that James Denson took any steps to conceal himself in any way on this night. That they armed themselves. No, he didn't go running and find something somewhere else. Again, he's lawfully carrying a firearm permitted by law by the state of Florida. So he didn't mask up. He didn't arm himself. And all these things go to, again, whether or not there was an understanding, whether or not there was an agreement, or whether this is a reaction. Let's take a look at the actions after the event. So this happened August 22nd, 2021. And Mr. Denson, when interviewed by the police, volunteered that he had taken his Taurus 9mm handgun and he had pawned it at East Tampa Pawn and Gun, nearly 30 days after the shooting. And I think you'll see that this is not something that was, this was something that garnered a lot of attention in the city of Tampa. Okay. And if we're looking at the conduct of James Denson following the event, whether there's a consciousness of guilt, whether or not he was trying to cover up, whether or not he was trying to hide, the first thing you're not going to do if you have a gun that has a body on it is tell the police exactly where you took it. The first thing that you're going to do is throw it in the river, throw it in the ocean, do anything you can to disassociate yourself from that firearm. But James Denson didn't do that. Okay. He didn't change possession of it the next day, the day after that, or until about 30 days later when he took it to East Tampa Gun and Pawn. And if anybody hasn't pawned anything before, what you do is you give them your identification and you give them your fingerprint so that it can be easily tracked back to you. So this is not done under the shadow of somebody trying to hide. This is somebody who is living his life out in the open with nothing to hide. And if you're trying to hide your involvement in some type of a criminal activity, the last thing you're going to do, if you are going to pawn it, is go to East Tampa Gun and Pawn, which is literally adjacent to the Jet on Hillsborough, where this whole situation started. You're going to go as far away as you can. So if we're looking at the circumstances of the killing, and if we're looking at the conduct of James Denson, I would submit to you that the state's burden will not be met. And how are we going to look at that? Well, if we're looking at the evidence, a verdict of not guilty can come from the evidence itself. It can come from a conflict in the evidence, or it can come from a lack of evidence. So if we're looking at the manner in which Sonny Bell died, the time and the location of the acts in relation to the shooting of Sonny Bell, the shooting at Mary Harrison and at Willie Brown, it would be impossible for the state to meet its burden as to James Denson. So I ask you to keep in mind the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of James Denson, not anybody else. Thank you very much.
Mr. Summaries? Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state co-counsel. Again, my name is Nick Sonardi. I have the pleasure of representing Andrew Thompson, and because of the configuration of the courtroom, we are seated way back there. That's Mr. Thompson, the gentleman to his right, and the team is Scotty Sonardi, my associate. A lady sitting there is our investigator, Katie Rainey. This is a very tragic circumstance. No one is denying that. The death of a 4-year-old child, Sonny Bell, is very, very tragic. It's also very sympathetic. But the court will instruct you that sympathy is not an issue in this case. It's a matter of the facts, whether or not the state can prove their allegations that are outlined in the indictment alleging the first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murders and a conspiracy, etc. I agree with other co-counsel. This is totally a circumstantial case, okay? I anticipate the state is going to provide a lot of crime scene text. You're going to hear a lot of videos. You're going to see a lot of videos. You may hear some in some of the videos. There's going to be a lot of crime scene text. What we don't have is any direct evidence that incriminates Andrew Thompson, okay? He admits to being at the service station there on
Hillsborough Avenue, the Chevron. I think they call it the Jet. But he's there with a number of other people, not only the individuals that are sitting here today, the defendants that are sitting here today, but with 8 or 10 other individuals who are at that gas station. The state wants you to believe, and I believe their argument is going to be, by the actions of those individuals, somehow or other, they conspired to do this shooting. Okay, there is no other evidence of that other than the video of their activity at that service station. The state wants you to believe, at the conclusion of all the evidence, that that is sufficient to constitute a conspiracy between these defendants and possibly others for the shooting and death of Sony Bell. Andrew Thompson admits to being present at the gas station with a number of, as indicated, a number of other individuals besides the 5 individuals that are sitting here. It's probably 8 or 10 individuals there, maybe more. You'd have to count them on the videos. You're going to see, as I've indicated, numerous surveillance videos from different locations. There's probably 6 or 8, maybe more. Okay. What they show is very obscure photos of vehicles moving and what is purported to be, and probably is, gunshots coming from different vehicles. The state alleges basically that there's a Infiniti that's occupied by Willie Brown, Mary Harrison, and Sony Bell that is shot. That's the vehicle, the victim's vehicle, going down Hillsborough Avenue that ultimately crashes into a pole. Mr. Brown exits, Mary Harrison exits, and that's the vehicle that Sony Bell is in. There's also 3 other vehicles. I believe Detective Salela will testify that besides the vehicles that allegedly are occupied by these defendants, there was also another vehicle. So instead of being 3 vehicles, 2 vehicles occupied by these alleged defendants, and a 3rd vehicle occupied by 4 other individuals that are not charged. But there was a 3rd vehicle that's not charged. That's, I believe, Detective Salela will testify about. I think we will find there were numerous, and the state will present evidence, I anticipate, showing the number of gunshots where shell casings were located, the type of shell casings, and that they were analyzed. By that, I mean they were analyzed for evidentiary value. Was there any DNA, fingerprints, etc.? And I think we're going to find out there is no evidence that connects those shell casings to Andrew Thompson. The state talked about an opening. I anticipate we will see evidence of cell phone data. By that, I mean location data, where certain phones were located at the time. And I believe the state indicated, and I think the evidence will show, that the cell phone of Andrew Thompson was not specifically at the location where the shootings occurred. It was at a different location away from where the shots were fired, and does not place them specifically at the location. This will start out to be and will conclude as a circumstantial case. The state is going to do a lot of fluff in terms of the videos, in terms of crime scene text, in terms of all the analysis, the phone analysis, etc. There is no direct evidence that incriminates Andrew Thompson. There's no identification by anyone of any of these defendants other than them being present at the Chevron gas station. That's the only evidence. I submit to you that at the close of all the evidence, that the state's conclusion that Andrew Thompson was a principal or a participant in the shooting is woefully lacking. This is clearly a circumstantial case, and I submit to you at the close of all of the evidence that there will be a lack of evidence and a conflict in the evidence. And I implore you not to duplicate the tragedy of the death of Sony Bell and wrongfully convict another person, a person, for the death of Sony Bell. I would only double the tragedy. I submit to you that the proper verdict at the close of all the evidence presented by the state is a verdict of not guilty as to Andrew Thompson. Thank you. Ms. Bradley.
I'm going to be brief. So there's been a lot of opening arguments, and as everyone has said, what we say to you is not evidence. So I'm going to reserve my argument about what the evidence shows related to Mr. Hammond for my closing, because you all are going to determine what the true facts are. You will get the law at the end of this, but one of the things, and some people have touched on it, but I want you to see the actual jury instruction, because what makes this case pretty unusual is the fact that we're all being tried together, which is not our choice. So I just want you all to see what the law is related to that and what the judge is going to instruct you at the end of the case. And it says a separate crime is charged against each defendant in each count of the indictment. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to him must be considered separately. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one or some of the defendants must not affect your verdict as to any other defendants or other crimes charged. So you take the evidence separate for each count that individuals are charged with in each defendant. So just so you all have that guideline to guide you when you're evaluating the evidence. We are going to ask that you use a critical ear and listen to the testimony. Pay attention to what was said earlier, what is said today, what may change, and what matches up and doesn't match up. And at the end of the case, I will be asking you to find Mr. Hammond not guilty. Thank you.
Trey, I think it's a breakout. We're gonna go through it. Let me get him.
What do you want me to do?
Isn't this like the end of the opening and closing statements? Is that, look at the video and see how much
Yeah, it's
longer
on a
it
new
is.
video now.
Oh, that's just
It
coming
says,
in.
okay,
Just
so
fast forward it to the
yeah, it's
it's,
a lunch break.
so just keep it until they come in.
All right, for the jury. Please back, y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No problems with following the court's instructions, I presume? Very good. Thank you. Counselor, you may begin.
Thank you,
Or
Your Honor.
continue.
And pick the $1. I think when we left off, we were talking about the property principal auto sales and the camera related to that location. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we looked at the area map for principal auto sales in relation to State's Exhibit 41A, the general map that we've been using here, did you confirm for us where that principal auto sales location looked at or what it captured?
Yes.
What direction was that?
Generally to the northwest, just west of North 43rd Street, looking across Hillsborough Avenue towards the crash location of the victim vehicle and point of reference.
So let's go back to the video here. Can you please let us know where, if at all, you were able to obtain any screenshots or video footage of evidentiary value from this particular video?
So the what you see up by the 2021 is the victim's vehicle crashing into the Tico telephone pole that which was the point of reference from the diagram.
And were you able to use your frame by frame? I think that's letter E. Is that right? To forward it to frame by frame?
I have a button on mine.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. You were able to use frame by frame with these images as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And from this angle, were you able to capture any stills of evidentiary value towards your investigation?
Just the vehicle passing by that we had ultimately identified as what we were calling vehicle number 2.
And what about vehicle number 3 as the vehicle or after the vehicle was making impact there? At 8:05:08.
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, just note my continuing objection.
Objection noted. Thank you. You may continue.
Now, from this particular footage, was there also, or were you also provided by Detective Wolf another frame?
Yes, I was.
And is that a different angle that we get to see of the incident itself?
Yes, it is.
Before we switch to that frame, still looking at 18A and B, you utilized the same techniques in slowing this video as well.
Yes.
From the frames that you utilized, at least from this angle, were you able to determine whether or not you also would have seen muzzle flash?
From this frame, no.
And the secondary frame, composite A and, or excuse me, composite 18A and B, is this video the secondary view that you had from Principal Auto?
Yes.
And can you tell us which direction this is pointed and what it's capturing?
Yeah, this one is pointed generally to the northeast. It captures the intersection, the north side of the intersection of Hillsborough Avenue and North 43rd Street.
So if you're looking at the map that we're utilizing, the location of where the camera is still Principal Auto Sales, the same business.
That's correct.
And the crash location, is that depicted on the footage that we observed, at least from Principal Auto?
Yes,
And you also capture a little bit of 43rd.
that's correct.
Are you able to capture at all or relay what's captured as it relates to anything on the south of the Hillsborough portion of 43rd?
No.
Would you have been able, or did you capture any images from this view of the first vehicle turning south on 43rd?
No.
Is the location where that video, according to your review of the auto upgrade video, is this 43rd that would have been turned down to the right of this business?
Yes,
Okay. So just looking from a different vantage point from auto upgrade then.
that's correct.
And playing 18B. Were you able to identify any vehicles of note in 18B?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and let it play through and then we'll go back if that's okay, Detective. Now, when we watch this video clip as well, tell us where your point of reference used for the diagram or the crash site is located in this particular video, please.
The point of reference is generally right here, just kind of beyond the this tree or bush that you can see in the frame.
And please identify, if you can, the vehicle behind the crash site there.
This one right here?
Behind that one, behind the victim's vehicle, excuse me.
That would be, right, the victim's vehicle, and this would be the vehicle that we had designated as vehicle number 3.
Restarting that for you, I'm just going to go with frame by frame as we were before. At 8:05:06, playing the video. I apologize. I'm going to start at 8:05:05, if I may, Detective. Before the vehicle makes impact at the point of reference, the location where the crash is, are you able to identify vehicle number 2 entering the frame of the footage?
Yes.
So if I've started this over, please for reference, I know it's confusing me in control of this, but if you could please for reference identify for us vehicle number 2 before the victim vehicle makes impact.
This vehicle here?
In the center of the frame at 8:05:05.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you able to see the victim's vehicle entering the frame at the same time stamp?
Yes. That would be the vehicle here. As you can see it, it's breaking the intersection and kind of looks like it's already starting to ride the curve.
Now, taking this frame by frame at 8:05:06. Are you able to determine that vehicle 2 leaves the video frame at 8:05:06?
Yes, it just passed through beyond the view here, beyond the bush.
Is vehicle number 3 at any point at 8:05:06 entering the video frame?
Yes, you can just barely see it up here at the top of the screen.
Are you better able to see vehicle number 3 entering the frame at 8:05:07?
Yes, right here.
Did you take any note at 8:05:07 of vehicle number 3?
Yes, the bright flash right here, it looks like it's coming from the passenger side of the vehicle, and the which is consistent with the bright flash that can be seen on the auto upgrade video as the vehicle is braking the intersection. It's basically the same point in the video or same point in the roadway.
Are the video clips that we have from Auto Upgrade, the business on the north side of the road, and this video overlapping in time?
Yes,
Okay, so we see this, what is believed to be the same incident from both angles, but they're overlapping.
that's correct.
Understood. Is this the first muzzle flash that we saw on Auto Upgrade when we reviewed that footage just now?
This would be the second,
And how is it that you're able to determine this was the second muzzle flash?
based on the vehicle's position in the intersection of 43rd and Hillsborough.
So as it relates to this video, because the vehicle is already at the intersection of 43rd and Hillsborough?
That's correct, and that would be consistent with the second muzzle flash that we can see in the auto upgrade video.
Okay. And if we continue watching vehicle number 3 as identified, has the victim's vehicle made impact with a point of reference at this time?
Not yet.
Still at 8:05:07.
That's correct.
At 8:05:07 as well, was there any note or screenshot taken by you or indication of something of importance of vehicle number 3?
Yes, noted another bright flash consistent with the muzzle flash coming from the passenger side of the vehicle.
Apologies. All right, so beyond 8:05:07, 8:05:08. Oh, it's still 8:05:07, excuse me. Are you still able to see the victim's vehicle 8:05:07 in this frame?
Yes, right before it's making impact right here.
And same with vehicle number 3.
Yes.
Are you able to determine from the principal auto video the location and time of impact of the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
And is that still depicted in this video?
Yes. So the pole is right here. And you can actually see, if you look close enough, you can actually see the vehicle beginning to crumple as it's hitting the pole.
Still at 8:05:07, any other depictions of importance from vehicle 3?
Appears to be the vehicle continuing and what appears to be another muzzle flash.
After vehicle number 3 departs the frame provided from principal auto, do you see any additional movement from the victim's vehicle at the point of reference?
No.
Do you see any additional flashes other than what were depicted in both of the videos that essentially overlapped each other from north and south?
No.
In addition to the casings that were collected on scene to support your position that these are muzzle flashes, did you locate items of physical evidence across East Hillsborough Avenue, not just at the intersection of 42nd and Hillsborough?
Yes.
So in your line search, you went with the crime scene techs?
Yes.
And as they documented by camera and collection of those items, did you have an opportunity to view them?
Yes.
Did you subsequently attend the impound and search of the victim's vehicle after it was removed from the crash location?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been marked, states 22A 1 through 103. Have you had an opportunity to review the photos that were collected by the crime scene unit during the course of that search of the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
Where did that search occur?
It occurred at the Tampa Police impound lot.
You're not the actual person who took these photographs?
I am not.
Were you present when the photographs were taken?
Yes.
And the items of evidence were collected?
Yes.
State seeks to move States Exhibit 22A1 through A103 into evidence, right?
No objection.
Okay.
That'll be admitted.
On August 23rd of 2021, did you attend a search of the victim's vehicle at impound with crime scene tech Caldera?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked states 22 for all of these exhibits, but 22A2. Do you recognize the vehicle that's depicted here?
I do.
And when the vehicle was brought in, are you scheduling a time to come and do the search? Like, why isn't it done the same night it's taken into impound?
Just based on the logistics, a search warrant still needed to be authored. Obviously needed more information for Detective Hill, who authored that search warrant. So, and daylight, it's obviously easier to search a vehicle in daylight.
Just move that out of the way. In the collection of evidence for the vehicle itself in states 22A3, were you able to make reference or note of the areas of impact on the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes.
We've seen some photos from the scene already, so I'm not going to go thoroughly through them. Please stop me if you need me to also stop on a photo. But A4, still the same and from the driver's side of that vehicle,
That's correct.
and so on all around the vehicle. Do you all continue to search, look, and document whatever the impacts are?
Yes.
Now, for you, that would have been taking, I guess, notes in some other way, mental notes, or what's the relevance of you being there when that's happening?
Basically to one, oversee the documentation to make sure that we're getting everything documented that needs to be documented for our investigation as investigators. And yes, taking notes as to what we're observing, and obviously going through the process on the exterior of the vehicle before we can move to the inside of the vehicle. It's a very methodical process that we use when we're searching.
At the scene itself, did you have approval of a search warrant to enter and photograph and process the vehicle on the night of the 22nd?
Yes.
And ultimately, once the vehicle is impounded on the 23rd, do you execute that warrant?
Yes.
22A7, what are we looking at here?
This is the front driver seat floorboard area of the vehicle.
To your knowledge, are the items of potential evidentiary value collected after this particular search, A8?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we're looking at here in the driver's door?
That was a wallet that's in the door map pocket.
During the execution of a search warrant, if you find an article of evidence after it's photographed in place, do you stand by while it's opened or evaluate it?
Yes.
A9, is this the interior of the wallet from that driver's door?
Yes, it is.
In A10, were the items from the floorboard of the driver's side collected?
Yes, they were.
And included in those items, was there a cellular phone or cellular device?
Yes.
Were you, maybe not at the time, but were you ultimately able to identify who that cellular device belonged to?
I don't
Would that have been your responsibility?
Yeah, no, we turned once we realized that the cell phone was there and it was still powered on, we contacted the lead detective. He responded to the scene and we just gave it to him so that way he could start his process in the investigation on that phone.
Understood, thank you. Let's move to the floorboard on the driver's side, A13, still in the same location if we can. Was there any items of ballistic evidence located inside the driver's side on the floorboard? A14 for a zoomed version, I apologize.
Yes, the what appeared to be a fragment of jacketing from a fired projectile.
So that would have been from the bullet portion of that projectile.
That's correct.
And do you then, after it's photographed, is it collected and impounded as well, A15?
Yes, it is.
Did you have an opportunity to view the front seat of the vehicle, so the driver's seat, A16?
Yes.
And in A17, was there any item of evidentiary value located in the front driver's seat?
Yes, that's another fragment or piece of jacketing from a fired projectile.
And looking at A19 from the exterior of the vehicle, the yellow markers on the outside of the vehicle, were those placed already when you arrived at impound to search?
Yes, those are placed on scene.
If additional items on the exterior of the vehicle are located during the search warrant that happens at impound, do you all still document those even if they weren't seen on the original scene location?
Yes.
And looking at A20 and A21 from that same exhibit, was there an additional marking made that was, I'm not sure if that's a V or what that is, but A21 in this photo?
Yes.
Is this the driver's side or passenger side rear tail light?
That'd be the driver's side rear tail light.
And moving to the back seat of the vehicle, did you also collect projectile fragments from the back seat?
Yes.
The back seat on the driver's side or passenger side, if you're able to recall?
I believe that that particular is on the driver's side.
And are you with the crime scene unit that's processing these or collecting these
Yes.
physical projectiles?
Yes.
When you actually open the passenger rear door to the vehicle, are you able to document that as well?
Yes.
And is this as it was depicted with the markers placed once that back door was opened on the driver's side?
The driver's side, yes.
If we look closely to the left of this photo, are you able to see this marker on A25?
Yes, ma'am.
In A26, are you able to tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, it looks like a projectile strike entering into the vehicle, would be entering the vehicle. So an exit from the door, but which would ultimately be entering into the passenger compartment of the vehicle.
So enters from the outside of the door, exits through this portion, which is the jam.
That's correct.
Understood. And the same strike is here at 27, A27.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've seen that same technique utilized already by crime scene, but you had an opportunity to also view these up close.
Yes.
Now let's start with B1, please. What's that location?
That is going to be the armrest area of the rear driver's side passenger door.
B1 is the defect depicted here.
Yes.
Are we still at the rear passenger door in A32?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize C from this? There's a little bit of a glare. C1 on this?
Yes.
Okay. If I show you A33, is that accurately depicting C1?
Yes, it is.
What is it that we're looking at in A34, please?
That is a defect from what appears to be a projectile strike coming from the in the window of that same door. That would also be based on the way it's folded in. That would be a potential projectile entering into the passenger compartment of the vehicle from the exterior of the window of that door.
Could you have a number, please? A34, 22, A34. And D1 is still the window.
That's correct.
A36, E1.
Same door underneath the door handle. Again, another potential impact from a projectile entering into the vehicle.
And for each, we have a close-up photo, A37
Yes.
and A38. And looking at F, do you see what I'm referring to there in the photo?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us what happens when there is potential evidence inside of the vehicle that you may not be able to access immediately, like it's not on the floorboard, for example? What do you do during the search warrant on that vehicle?
Basically tear apart whatever we can inside of the car, whether it be cut open seats, remove molding, to try to find where, if there is a projectile that terminated somewhere inside of that vehicle, try to locate that projectile and find it for a collection for evidence.
Did that occur in this case where the vehicle had to be taken apart at times?
At times, yes.
22, A40. What are we looking at here directionality wise?
Again, that is a projectile strike in the interior of the door jamb of the rear driver's side passenger door.
And was that consistent with what we saw in the door jamb when the door was open?
Yes.
A42 is H, is that correct?
That's correct.
Moving towards the interior of the vehicle, was there an additional strike on the driver's seat itself?
Yes.
A45, are you able to tell me what's happening in this photograph? Which seat is this?
That is the back of the driver's seat of the vehicle.
The back seat or the driver's side?
It's the back of the driver's seat itself, so the seat back of the driver's seat.
I'm not understanding. You'll have to explain. Can you?
So we're looking, this here
Sure.
is the driver's seat
Yes.
of the vehicle.
Yes.
This is the seat back of the driver's seat, so where you would sit back.
If I'm looking at A45, I see seats and seatbelts behind it. Is this a photo of the driver's seat headrest, essentially?
Yes.
Okay, you're saying back, but this is the front of the chair, like the driver's back would be laid against this.
Yes.
Okay.
The
Seat
back,
back?
Of the seat. The back. Of the
Okay,
seat.
gotcha. Okay. All right, it's been a long day already. I'm sorry. Okay, so A46. I apologize. I'm thinking the back of the seat. I'm sorry. I apologize. A46, please. Are we moving to the passenger side of the vehicle at this point?
Yes.
And an A47, are you able to tell me again whether this is through this window here?
Yes, it is. It appears to be a projectile strike going through the window.
Why is the color of the window, like why can I not see through the window?
It was tint material applied to the window itself.
Okay, so there's nothing that law enforcement did or that was done on scene to make it so we couldn't see through it?
No.
It was like this when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
In A48, same exhibit, in the marker L, was there any defect in the leather material there of the door jamb?
Yes, again, what appears to be a projectile strike.
And A49.
That's a close-up version of that photo.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you some a little bit out of order if I can. A52. Is this still the backseat passenger side?
Yes.
And A53, is that on the other side of that seatbelt there? So if we see 52, is that how it was when you observed it?
Yes.
And was there some modification made to be able to see the other side of that seatbelt?
Yes, we moved the seatbelt aside to see the backside of what was there on the seat bolster.
I'd like to have you describe for me what we're seeing in States A50.
That is the rear passenger seat area of the vehicle as looking into the vehicle from the rear passenger door. So inside, looking across the seat.
In A51, was there a defect noted in the rear passenger seat?
Yes.
If we look at marker N at the top of your screen there, just a little bit closer, A56. What was at that location? What is it that we're actually looking at?
It's the seat back at the top near the, like, what would be like the headrest area of the rear passenger seat.
In A57, were you able to document another projectile located?
Yes.
And A58, please.
Yes. Again, the jacketing fragmentation of projectile in that photo.
Do you recall where A58 was located in the vehicle?
That passenger floorboard.
Maybe this may provide some assistance. A60, passenger rear floorboard. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Were there projectiles recovered from the back seat just on the seat itself? So under where that N marker was?
Yes.
A61 and A62, that was also taken into evidence.
Yes, it was.
And what was this? Casing, projectiles?
That was again, a fragment of a projectile. Possibly even metal from the car. It's hard to tell.
Okay, understood. And how would it happen if you know, how would we see metal from the car on the inside like this?
Just when the bullet or projectile is passing through the sheet metal of the vehicle, that sheet metal will conform around the projectile and blow out fragmentation even from the metal of the door itself or parts of the car.
But these are collected because at this time, do you know whether it's a projectile from a gun?
No, it's just considered fragmentation, so it's collected as evidence.
Are you able to tell based on just the look of it, the difference?
Sometimes, and depending on, but obviously depending on the color or the material that a projectile is actually constructed out of. So it's hard to tell all the time. But sometimes you can tell, sometimes you can't.
A64, also the floorboard,
Yes.
and a projectile recovered in A65 from the floorboard.
Yes.
Now, we talked a little bit about taking the vehicle apart. Do you recall that happening in this particular case as it relates to the trunk of the vehicle in A67?
Yes.
Now, first documenting the exterior of the vehicle, if you can tell me about A68.
Another defect, potential projectile strike or exit from the or entrance.
Labeled P1 here on the exterior.
Yes.
Were you able to document or track that into the interior of the vehicle in A70?
Yes.
This is the inside of the trunk then.
Yeah, right. They're just the, yes, the interior of the trunk right underneath the trunk lid.
And looking at the right side of the trunk, if you would please, A71 are you able to see the marker on Q
Yes.
and A72?
Yes.
Another defect in the trunk of the vehicle.
That's correct.
A73, did you examine do you know what this is called? This box?
Speaker box?
Woofer, subwoofer or something? Okay, did you examine this?
Yes.
Did you, were you present when it was taken apart, or did you assist in taking it apart to determine whether you could recover any ballistics from the interior of it?
Yes, it was.
And D1, your marker, our A74.
That's the close-up of that defect.
Were you able to determine whether when you opened the trunk of the vehicle on A75, whether there were defects as well in the trunk latch area?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing the actual defect from that area?
Yes.
In A76, can you describe for us which direction we're looking at, where this came from? If it would help with
Yeah.
A75 together, it's a little bit difficult on this one.
Right. Basically, you turn that photo on the right, like that. That's basically how you're looking at that same defect.
But it's right in this hinge here.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
trunk,
That's
on
correct.
the passenger side.
That's correct.
From that same location, after the first one was marked, A77, is there another impact marked to the right of that?
Yes.
And A78, these are a bit turned around, so you'll have to forgive me. If I need to flip it, I will.
Go
Opposite way? There's only 4 options. You can-
just like that. That would be a close-up of that second defect that you see towards the top of the crease of the trunk. where
Am
the
I
trunk
pointing
lid
to
is.
the right
Yes, ma'am.
location here?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, once you have the opportunity to start taking the vehicle apart, you then also still have to take photographs.
That's correct.
At A79, has that process begun with the rear passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Why even take this section apart? Was there any indication that there could potentially be ballistics evidence in this location?
I believe some of the defects that we saw, trying to basically just find potential termination points of that projectile as it's traveling through the vehicle.
How do you determine where to look?
It depends on the individual defect that we're looking at. Sometimes just based on experience and training, the margins of that defect, we can determine if it's an entrance or an exit, or sometimes even directionality of it. And then it's kind of a best guess from there to see where it goes. Because obviously when bullets strike things, even though there's a potential trajectory that we could determine once they start hitting hard or immovable objects, they start tumbling and doing crazy things. So it's kind of a guess trying to line up to try to locate those projectiles.
But you start taking any vehicle apart, but particularly in this case, the backseat out to try.
Yes.
And in A80, were you able behind the backseat passenger in the rear side to actually locate a projectile, A80?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here in A81
Yes, it is.
and A82?
Yes.
Which portion of the bullet is this? We talked about the bullet having the casing and then the projectile part. Which portion is this?
This is the bullet itself, the projectile.
So we wouldn't see a head stamp on something like this?
No.
We'd see a head stamp on the casing left behind from something like
That's
this?
correct.
Understood. And you also take apart the trunk of the vehicle in A84.
Yes.
Did you locate additional strike marks in the trunk after doing so? A85,
Yes.
A86,
Yes.
and A87.
Yes.
A89 on the right side again of the trunk.
Yes.
You remove those speakers or subwoofer boxes from the trunk.
That's correct.
A92. And you examine those independently from the vehicle as well.
That's correct.
Did you locate additional items of evidence regarding or on these subwoofers or speakers in A93?
Yes, more fragmentation.
And those were additionally documented once the fragments were pulled from the vehicle in A94.
Yes.
A95, further search of the vehicle. And A96. Can you tell me looking at A95, where A96, this strike would be located?
Sure.
If you need A95?
Yeah, it's right here.
So in the interior of the trunk?
On the interior of the trunk, on what would be the driver's side, against the firewall area there.
A97, looking at that same image, but closer?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, this is still after the trunk carpeting has been removed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so A99, Well, let's do 98. Can you see the yellow tag to the right of your view?
Q1,
Here.
I believe.
Yes, Q1.
Yes.
And a 99. Is this the impact that was documented from Q1?
Yes, it was.
Lastly, the vehicle's license plate. Were you able to document anything in relation to that at A101?
Yes, another apparent or what we believe to be a projectile strike in the basically in the queue of the registration tag.
And was the item, or was there an item of evidence that was also collected in A101?
Yes.
And what was that, if you recall?
It was another projectile that was found on the floor of the impound bay. That wasn't there when we first started our end around or all around photographs and everything. And we didn't notice it until after we had been manipulating the trunk. So
After you pulled the carpet out?
pulled the carpeting out and forced the trunk lid open.
A102 from Exhibit 22. And were you also able to photograph that item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on the here, or I just want to put the photos out here. So you want me to leave it down here?
I need to go back to, let's say, auto upgrade or whatever, I just go back to the,
Yeah, you want that?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, I'm going to backtrack a little bit because you've been on your direct examination for a fairly lengthy period of time. You indicated, did you not, that you have training and experience in firing both weapons that that fire 9mm caliber ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And also 5.56 ammunition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 5.56 ammunition is rifle ammunition, correct?
Yes.
Cannot be fired out of a handgun. Modified in some way, potentially, correct?
Well, it depends on what you're considering your handgun. It could be fired from what is, an AR style pistol.
Correct.
Which would be a combination of a rifle and a handgun.
Correct. And it was poorly phrased, but in standard everyday usage of firearms, 5.56 rounds are fired from rifles. And an example of one of those rifles that it would be fired out of would be an AR-15, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And an AR-15 is a powerful weapon, is it not?
It's powerful. It is, yes. It's a rifle.
Is it more powerful than a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
And you have seen a number of objects that have been impacted by firearms, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you distinguish a strike or an entry and determine what caliber firearm, let's say in this particular case, a 9mm or a 5.56 round made that impact or made that strike?
Sometimes it really depends. There's so many different factors. The angle of the shot. Definitively, no, I don't think anyone can say definitively that that's definitely a rifle impact and that's definitely a pistol impact. Rifle impacts have characteristics that are similar to say, yep, that's a rifle impact, but then depending on the angle of the fire, depending on if it hit something else first and tumbled, it could create all kinds of different types of impacts that you're going to see. So to say 100%, yes, that is a rifle impact, or 100% that is a pistol impact is kind of a hard thing to do because there's so many factors involved in that.
Would you be able to do so if the impact was a direct impact as opposed to an angled impact?
The only way that I would be comfortable doing that is if I was firing the weapon myself.
And why would that make a difference if you were firing it yourself?
Because then I could 100% say that I definitely fired that from an AR-15 because I'm the one who shot that AR-15.
Does the entry of any projectile look different depending on the object that is being impacted?
Yes. Yes.
Say, for example, metal versus wood versus glass versus cushion.
Yes. Whatever the projectile is being fired into, whatever medium it's being fired into is going to have different characteristics as compared to it being fired into a different medium.
Would a shot or would an impact that is created from an angle have a completely circular entry from a visual standpoint? Or would you expect it to see it jagged or elongated?
Yes, you're not going to, it's not going to be, it wouldn't be as neat as it going in directly head on with like, you know, more defined margins. But again, it depends on the angle of the shot. If the shot is at a very steep angle as opposed to a shallow angle, but you're going to see based on the angle that the round is impacting, whatever medium that it's impacting, you're going to see differences in the characteristics of the impact or strike itself.
Certainly, it's more likely that if something is impacted directly head on, or let's say parallel to each other, it's going to be a more circular entry than it would be at an angle, whereby you might get much more of a jagged look, correct?
Depending on the medium that it's being shot into, yes, sir.
Okay. How about if that medium was glass?
I mean, it could just completely shatter out the glass and you wouldn't see anything. It would just be an empty hole.
Sure. But if in fact it didn't shatter glass, would you still expect it to be something that appears to be round if it was shot directly parallel or directly into it?
I would expect if there's a hole in the glass that's consistent with a bullet strike, I would expect that to be round no matter what angle it's in, because it's glass and glass blows out and shatters. It's not like it's either going to shatter completely, or it's depending on if there's, you know, if it's safety glass or whatever like a vehicle would have, you're going to see a hole. You might see a different shape hole, but it's going to be a roundish hole.
Either way,
either elongated. If the round's tumbling in keyholes, it could be look like a finger mark going through the window. There's so many different variables. It's really hard to tell. What we can usually say is that is definitely, from our experience and training, an impact from a projectile or fired projectile.
Sure.
In glass.
Sure. And just to finish this line of questioning, let's say if you are the object and I'm shooting and a projectile strikes a window from here, is it going to look different than if I were to fire that projectile from here?
I wouldn't want to say yes or no either way, sir. Sorry. It's again, there's so many different dynamics, and especially when you're firing into a medium like glass, it's hard to tell. But usually we try to, especially with glass, try to refrain with trying to figure out trajectories and stuff. It's a projectile strike in the glass.
Let me draw your attention back to State's Exhibit 8. I'm not going to attempt to use it unless I have to, which of course I will if it's necessary for you. That would be the video that you reviewed and provided testimony on your direct examination from Auto Upgrade. Recollection, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's a fact, isn't it, Detective, that at the time that the dark vehicle, or what we would call vehicle number 1, turns left onto 43rd from Hillsborough. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That occurs at what the timestamp on the video would have been 6:02:48.
I believe so. Yes, sir. I'll take your word for it.
And as it related to Audio Upgrade being 3 hours and 2 minutes, that would actually be 9:04:48, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, as you look at the Auto Upgrade video, vehicle number 2 has not yet caught up with the victim vehicle, correct? When that turn is made.
No.
And vehicle number 2, as it specifically relates to the audio or the Auto Upgrade video, could have fired upon the victim's vehicle before it came into the frame on Audio Upgrade, correct?
Any one of those vehicles could fire it at the victim vehicle for the giant crime scene. There was shell casing strewn across the entire length of the crime scene. So yes.
So you don't know if or when vehicle 2 would have discharged at the victim's vehicle based on Audio Upgrade.
Based on the video that I observed from Audio Upgrade, no, I would not, sir.
And again, I can bring it up if you need it. I'm just using your memory if you could. When we talked about 60248, which is really 90448, that would be vehicle number 1 making the left-hand turn onto 43rd. The muzzle flashes that you see from vehicle number 3, the timestamp on that was 6:05:03, correct?
I'm just going to object to speculation to the timestamp issue. I would just object and ask the witness to be permitted to view those things.
Really?
Is it caught up somewhere? I need to find audio upgrade.
It's connected to this HDMI, so just give me on this.
I don't know where anything is. Yes.
Sorry, at the very end of my cross, we have to do this. So.
That's okay.
Get me up to 6 and 8 and 6 and 4.
If you could take a look at that while we're queuing this up.
The end of 6 and 4. I thought it was 6:05:03. Principal auto.
So as you're looking at principal auto, and I'm sorry, it was not audio or auto upgrade, we're going to be approaching 6:05 or the end of 6:04. And those were in fact the muzzle flashes that you indicated on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And those muzzle flashes, if they were to be occurring at 6:05:03 on the camera with the differentiation of time, it would be 9:05:03, correct?
Roughly, you're missing the seconds too. There is a seconds
Couple
difference. So it's 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 4 seconds slow. The auto upgrade video.
Okay, because it just shows, I believe, that it's 3 hours and 2 minutes.
In 4 seconds. Yes, sir.
And so backward, just to recount, we said 9:04:48 when the vehicle number 1 makes the turn, correct?
Yes.
And then 9:05:03 when you see muzzle flashes on vehicle number 3. Based on what you just viewed in the principal auto video.
Roughly, yes.
And when you say roughly,
I would have to see the video and see to give you the exact time, but 9:05 in change. Again, the seconds are, you're talking 4 seconds. 4 seconds means can be a big difference, especially when you're talking about a fraction of a second for a muzzle flash, sir.
and so when we're talking about principal, it's only 1 hour difference as opposed to auto upgrade.
Which is
so what you're seeing here in principal, right? If it's
auto upgrade, but yes.
Yeah. If it's 6:05:03, excuse me, 8:05:03, it's 9:05:03 because there's a 1 hour difference in principal as opposed to a 3 hour, 2 minute, 4 seconds as it relates to auto upgrade.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to vehicle number 3. And I believe you said that you saw, correct me if I misstate, a muzzle flash from the passenger side, correct?
It appears to be a muzzle flash on the passenger side.
Okay. It would appear to be a muzzle flash, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not able to say with certainty that it was in fact a muzzle flash.
No, based on the evidence at the scene, based on other video artifacts of the light reflecting from streetlights, based on my training and experience, all of those factors, and plus the other video angle, I'm able to say that those are consistent with muzzle flashes. Obviously, for me to say definitively the muzzle flash, I would need to see someone hanging out the window shooting a gun, and that was, yeah, definitively that's a muzzle flash.
Okay, so
But based on evidence and the totality of everything, consistent with a muzzle flash.
consistent with a muzzle flash.
Yes, sir.
And would it be correct that you're not able to observe the occupants, correct?
That's correct.
And certainly, even if you're testifying that it is consistent with a muzzle flash, you're not able to determine if in fact it was a muzzle flash, what type of firearm discharged that muzzle flash, correct?
That's correct.
Now, was the car, vehicle number 3, was it moving continuously?
In the video?
In the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly if you're not able to determine the occupants, other than the fact that the driver was driving the vehicle, were you able to determine any other actions or movements by the driver?
No.
Any kind of pause, or was there a continuous rate of speed?
It appeared to be a pretty continuous rate of speed, sir.
Okay. Were you able to determine the rate of speed?
No.
And in the course of the investigation, was there any ability to determine if any of the projectiles or shell casings that were recovered are related directly to vehicle number 3?
There's no way of telling that, no, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Nixon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Detective, have you ever been qualified as an expert in firearms in this court or any other court in the state of Florida?
What do you mean by expert?
Well, that you have the expertise, training, education, et cetera, to be qualified as an expert to render an expert opinion on firearms?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in this court or any other court of the state of Florida or the United States as a ballistics expert?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let's go back to August 22nd, 2021. You dispatched to the scene of where this occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming you assisted other detectives and also in directing crime scene to obtain evidence that you wanted.
Yes, sir.
That included all the shell casings, the projectiles, et cetera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of that, I believe you came upon auto upgrade business that sells cars, I presume.
Yes, sir.
And you were familiar with that because you had been there before, totally unrelated to this incident, and knew that they had surveillance cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that at some point in time, you did obtain the surveillance cameras or video from auto upgrade.
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you do with those?
They were uploaded onto a thumb drive, and then that thumb drive was later, the contents of that thumb drive, the footage from the video was uploaded to the electronic case file.
All right. And was that for Detective Salela?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you obtain any video from yourself, which I believe you testified to, for land trucking?
I did not know, sir.
All right. But you testified today as to what you believe that video depicted, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when did you first view that video?
The land trucking video?
Yes.
Probably back in 2021 during the initial investigation.
All right. And since that time, have you reviewed it?
Yes.
When was that?
During trial prep.
Okay. In the last few weeks.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now what about the video from Principal Auto Sales? Did you obtain that video?
The video, I didn't physically pull the video from the DVR. The thumb drive containing the video was given to me by Detective Wolf.
All right. And when's the first time you actually viewed that video?
When I uploaded it to the electronic case file.
Say that again?
When I uploaded it to the electronic case file.
And when was that?
Back in 2021.
All right. And since that time, have you had an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
During trial prep.
In the last week or so. So
Yes,
that's the first time. Now, if I understood your testimony correctly, you apparently identified 3 suspect vehicles. Is that correct?
During the course of the investigation, 3 suspect vehicles were identified. Yes, sir.
They were identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Ms. Bradley?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
You never wrote a supplement related to your involvement in this case, is that
No, ma'am.
right?
That's correct.
And the video that we were seeing when Ms. Ismer was going through it with you, when you were looking at the muzzle flashes, you also identified muzzle flashes attributed to vehicle number 2.
No.
Your testimony was not that you saw muzzle flashes related to vehicle 2.
No, ma'am.
Did you look to see if you could tell whether windows were up or down in the vehicles?
You can't tell from the video, ma'am.
Were you attempting at all to identify whether you could see that, whether you could see if windows were up or down, or whether you could see any evidence of potential guns?
I mean, as we were slowing the video down and going frame by frame, we did not see any of that. So,
Okay, so you couldn't tell whether a window in any particular vehicle was up or down.
no, ma'am.
When you did the search of the vehicle itself, the Silver Infiniti that crashed into the pole, were you with other people?
Yes.
Who else was involved in that?
Detective Hill, and then crime scene tech, Kerry Colorado, and crime scene technician Natasha Yancey.
Did you all use rods in any way to try to determine any kind of path of travel through the vehicle?
No.
The attorney's approach for a moment.
And so you did not use rods to
No.
try to see any kind of path of travel?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go back to the scene during the day to do a second walkthrough?
I did not personally know.
Okay, nothing further.
Right.
No redirect, Your Honor.
No redirect. Minutes witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're free to go. All
Thank
right,
you, sir.
quick being a recess for 10 minutes.
Oh, Roswell, George.
Serious return, y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I asked, were you able to follow the court's instructions? I take it there were no issues. Very good, thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Tasha Yancey.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Natasha Yancey, Y-A-N-C-Y,
And how are you employed?
with the Tampa Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And in your role as a crime scene technician with the Tampa Police Department, were you involved in this investigation?
Yes.
And what was your role on the, I believe, 23rd of August of 2021?
I responded to the Tampa Police impound lot to assist with a search warrant.
What was the search warrant for?
It was for a Infiniti.
Do you recall the color of the vehicle?
Silver.
And the photographs from the execution of the search warrant on that vehicle were those photos taken by Carolyn Calvaro?
Yes.
Were there law enforcement detectives also present at the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
And what was your role during the execution of that search warrant?
To collect evidence.
Did you, in fact, collect specifically as it relates to states 21A and B, two particular items of evidence in separate packaging?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize states 21A?
Yes.
And do you recognize states 21B?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize these exhibits?
My initials in my handwriting.
And were these each collected during the execution of the search warrant on the silver Infiniti on the 23rd of August?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state seeks to admit states 21A and B.
Any objections? 21A and B will be admitted without objection.
Now, in addition to the exterior of the envelope, which I've just shown you here, if you wish to, you can look over your shoulder just there. Thank you. In addition to that, did you have an opportunity to mark the item inside?
Yes.
And I won't go through that, but how do you know that your markings are on this?
My initials, payroll, and handwriting.
Okay. And what was contained within states exhibit number 21A?
That's a projectile that we collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
Why is it in this little jar and not in the small envelopes we typically see with ballistics?
That's just to preserve any markings that are on the projectile.
And additionally, in states 21B, do you recall whatever it was that you impounded here?
That should be an additional projectiles.
And are you able to document in some way when you are creating the envelopes for these packages, an annotation as to what should be contained therein?
Yeah, I write on there what the projectile is and where I got it from.
Is that what we're looking at on these, the white labels here?
Yes.
What happens if an item is subsequently checked out for testing to the envelopes that you originally annotate or seal?
Typically, they're returned to the envelopes and resealed by someone else.
And your initials would still then appear on the original envelope?
Yes.
Oftentimes, is there additional writing on those envelopes from whoever subsequently then tested it as well?
Yes.
In states exhibit number 21B, do you recall the item of evidence that was impounded and subsequently marked by you?
Yes.
And what were those items?
Additional projectile from under the rear passenger seat of the silver Infiniti.
Okay. And was there anything else inside of specifically 21B?
Not to my knowledge.
And are the markings of what was contained there and also included on the exterior of the envelope inside of your primary envelope.
Yes.
At this time, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Other questions, Your Honor?
No question.
Nothing.
No questions.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I state you may call your next witness.
State will call Albus Maceo.
Yes.
Good afternoon. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir.
Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Maceo. If you could please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Albus Maceo, Maceo.
And Mr. Maceo, do you currently reside here in Tampa?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Maceo, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
Have you had a contact with Mr. Hammond from time to time in your life?
Yes.
All right. Approximately more than a dozen times?
Yes.
Have you spoken with Mr. Hammond and seen his face before?
Yes.
And prior to the 2021 of August 22nd, 2021, you had contact with him before?
Yes.
Now, were you at some point provided a video from a Chevron in order to potentially make an identification?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to approach Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 51A through 813, and ask if you can take a look at those photos. You recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are these photos, are these still shots taken from the Chevron video that you were shown back in 2021?
Yes.
All right. And do these still shots fairly and accurately depict what you were shown on that day?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would move to have State's Exhibit 51A10, A11, A12, and A13 admitted into evidence.
Any objections? Could you say the numbers again for the court?
51A10, 51A11, 51A12, and 51A13. Okay, Mr. Maceo.
Well, first of all, any objections? All right, they'll be admitted.
All right. Mr. Maceo, this individual that you can look behind you, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who is he?
Quandarius Hammond.
All right. And in 51A11, again, do you recognize him?
Yes.
And who is he?
That Quandarius Hammond.
In A12, is that the same individual?
Yes.
And in A13, again, is that the person you knew as Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
And do you see the person in the courtroom here today who you know as Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
Can you point him out and identify him for the record?
He's sitting on the second table as far as back with the blue suit coat and red tie.
Record reflect Mr. Maceo has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect the identification.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
You cross?
No question.
Nothing from Mr. Denson.
No question.
No question. May this witness be released?
Yes.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Detective Salea.
Good afternoon. If you could raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
After you. Whenever you're ready, counsel.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you could please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Chris. Last name is Celaya, Celaya.
And Detective, how are you employed?
I'm currently a detective with the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been working with the Tampa Police Department?
I started in 2002, so 23 years.
What is your current position with the Tampa Police Department?
Currently, I'm in the Professional Standards Bureau, Internal Affairs Unit. I've been there for about 3 years.
For about 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, where were you working?
I was working for the Homicide Division.
All right. Back in 2021, specifically in August of 2021, what position did you have with Tampa Police Department?
I was a homicide detective.
All right. And how long had you been a homicide detective at that point?
At that point, I started in 2018, so probably about 3 years at that point. I was a homicide detective.
All right. Prior to becoming a homicide detective, what other positions did you hold with Tampa Police Department?
Worked in patrol. I also worked in plainclothes assignment. Was promoted to detective back in 2011. Worked at district level detective, doing various investigations, property crimes, thefts, batteries.
All right. Now, were you working on August 22nd of 2021?
Yes, I was.
All right. And as a homicide detective, are you routinely on call for any potential call outs for homicides?
Yes.
All right. Specifically on August 22nd of 2021, did you receive a call regarding a homicide?
I did. I received a call from Corporal Knightlinger.
Do you recall about what time you received the call?
I want to say maybe around like 9 or 9:30 or so.
Okay. When you received the call, what did you do?
I ended up leaving and responding out to St. Joseph Hospital.
All right. Now, when you received the call as a homicide detective with the Tampa Police Department, are you all given specific roles as a detective?
Yes, I was, for this particular case, I was assigned as the lead detective.
Okay. Now, that's kind of like random or sort of on a rotating basis. So if you're a lead on this case, you probably won't be a lead for a while until, your time. Until your time comes up again down the road?
Correct.
Okay, so it's random. So it's not assigned by any particular reasoning. It's just sort of when your time
No,
is
it's just a rotation.
All right. As a lead detective, what are your duties in the case, if you can explain that to the jury?
As a lead detective, you basically try to investigate, what you can find out about the case. You oversee the entire investigation. You kind of delegate assignments to other detectives. You work with, another detective, which would be your second. And you just try to interview, follow up. You're in close communication with the state attorney's office throughout the case, write search warrants, things like that.
Okay. So you indicated that the first thing you did was go to the hospital. What hospital did you go to?
St. Joseph Hospital.
All right. And when you arrived there, were there other detectives and police there, or were you the first one there?
No, I believe Detective Barnett, which was my second in the case, was there before me, and I believe Detective Sackrider was also there.
Now, you went to the hospital before you went to the scene in this case?
Correct. Yeah, I know that on this case, Detective Alverson and Detective Hill were assigned as the scene detectives. So they were kind of overseeing the collection, documentation of what was on scene there. So they were handling that, and I was told that the decedent was at St. Joseph Hospital along with mother. That was relayed to me on the phone.
Okay. So what did you see when you arrived at the hospital?
When I arrived at the hospital, I mean, it was, there were several family members there. There was, Mary Harrison was there. I noticed that several family members had shirts on, kind of a remembrance, I think, that they had for their father.
If Judge, can we approach?
Come on up. Continue.
Detective, you were indicating that some of the family members had T-shirts on. Explain that, please.
Yeah, they had some T-shirts on. I believe what was the name of Brown? It was a kind of a remembrance or something, and several of the family members said that they were there.
Sustained. Without telling what they said, so they had shirts on. They were all kind of coordinating in remembrance of someone.
Correct.
But with the last name of Brown is what your recollection is?
Correct.
All right. What did you do when you got there? Did you interview anybody?
Yes, I spoke with Ms. Harrison.
Okay. And was she able to speak with you and tell you about, without telling me what she said, was she able to speak with you and tell you what happened in the course of the evening?
Yes.
All right. What did you do after speaking with Ms. Harrison?
After speaking with Ms. Harrison, I went to, I believe, one of the trauma bays and saw Tony Bell.
All right. And I'm assuming obviously by that she'd already been deceased, especially since you were called out.
Yes.
All right. So the purpose of that is to go and observe her injuries, I'm assuming?
Correct. Yes. And crime scene Caldera was, I believe it was Caldera was also there with me and Detective Barnett.
All right. And you all took pictures while you were there?
Correct.
Okay. After going to the hospital and speaking with Mary and seeing the victim in this case, what did you do next?
I received information that Willie Brown was at Advent Health Hospital, which was off of Fletcher Avenue. So Detective Barnett and I then proceeded to go over there and speak with him.
All right. And so you left St. Joseph's and then went to Advent Hospital. Were you able to meet Mr. Brown there?
Yes. Yes, I was able to meet with him.
And again, without telling us what he said, were you able to speak with him and get an interview from him?
Yes.
All right. After taking a statement from Mr. Brown, what did you do at that point?
At that point, Detective Barnett and I then returned to, well, actually, we went to the scene for the first time. We hadn't been there yet. So we went to the scene to kind of see what was going on, and we kind of spoke with Sergeant Liphold, which is my sergeant of the homicide division. Detective Neitlinger was out there, Detective Hill, Detective Alberson, and I think some crime scene techs were already out there. Just kind of get a lay of the land, kind of what we had, and just so I can kind of observe the scene.
Okay. Now you've mentioned Detective Barnett a couple of times going with you. Was he assigned any position in this case?
Yeah, he was assigned as my second. So basically on all homicides, you have a lead detective and then you have a second. So he was my second kind of assistant. You want to pick up when you do interviews and talk to people.
So much of the same stuff you did, he did alongside you. Is that
correct?
Correct. And is that common in cases for a lead to have an assist?
Yes, and pretty much in every homicide that I ever worked, we had a lead and an assist.
Right. Now you go out to the scene. The jury has already seen a lot of it, but describe to the jury what you saw when you went out there.
When I went out there, I noticed that there was several fired casings, pretty much extending from like 45th Street to like 42nd Street. It was a pretty large 3-block area on Hillsborough Avenue, predominantly the westbound lanes. So, and then I observed a vehicle that had struck a pole just a little bit west of 43rd Street.
Did you at some point learn of a video from a neighbor on 45th Street?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever go observe that video?
I did, yes, and I spoke with the homeowner. I think his last name was Culberly, or don't quote me on that, but I believe that's what it was. And he provided me, he had on his laptop, he showed me the video, and then he provided me with a thumb drive.
Right. So after making your observations of the scene and obtaining that video from Mr. Coberly, what did you do at that point in your investigation?
I don't quite recall exactly what I did that night. I know we were still trying to collect a video. I'm not sure if we ended for that evening and then resumed the following day.
All right. So, but your next task, I guess you were saying, was just to kind of go around and see if you could collect videos?
Correct.
All right. And were you doing that task on your own or were other people assisting?
No, everybody was assisting.
Okay. And what area were you looking for video in this particular case?
Predominantly around the Hillsborough Avenue, the areas where we had the casings for the most part, but then you kind of just expand the search as much as you can on Hillsborough Avenue.
What is that? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 41B for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That would be maybe like a satellite Google view of Hillsborough Avenue, encompassing kind of 47th Street all the way to 42nd Street.
Right. And does it fairly and accurately depict the area that you were searching for videos in?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Does New Test State's 41B admitted into evidence?
The objection?
No objection. No objection.
Right, 41B will be admitted.
Were you able to find video that you found to be relevant in this case?
Yes, I was.
All right. What video did you obtain during, what was the first video you obtained?
The first video I obtained would have been from Mr. Culberly.
Right.
But following day, I know I went to several spots. I know I went to the Lorenzo's garage. I know I obtained some additional video from the Chevron gas station. I know I got video from Empire Pawn, East Tampa, I'm sorry, not Empire, East Tampa Pawn and Gun. I know I got video from Bay City Cabinets. I got video from DeLand Trucking.
All right, so Detective, you mentioned Lorenzo's garage. I believe that was the first one you mentioned that you obtained, other than Mr. Coverl's video. If you could, and I believe there's a stick up there on the counter.
Correct. Oh, there we go. Yes.
If you could point to Lorenzo's garage where you obtained the first video.
It's right here on the north side of the road, Lorenzo's garage.
Right. And where was the video facing that you obtained?
It was facing kind of out toward Hillsborough Avenue. It was facing south, and it kind of covered 45th Street as well, which is right here.
All right. Okay, thank you. When you obtained that video, were you able to ascertain from the video the accuracy of the time on the video?
Yes, I was. That video was actually 9 minutes fast than the actual time.
All right, Detective. Go ahead. Detective, I'm going to show you what's previously been introduced. And this one's going to be we're going to play it at a little slower speed. I'm going to ask you about it. So this has been previously introduced as State's Exhibit number 16.
Yes, that's a video from Lorenzo's garage.
Now, Detective, did you, when you were observing that video, did you observe anything on that video that drew your attention?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, sir?
I observed first from this vehicle stopping and then analyzing it further. I could see that the vehicle that was in the middle lane, kind of 3 distinct muzzle flashes coming from that vehicle.
All right. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 53A, B, C, and D, and ask you if you can take a look through those.
Yes, I see it.
Are those in fact still shots from that video that you obtained, the Lorenzo's garage video?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do they fairly and accurately depict the same video that's behind you?
Yes, I think you're missing one muzzle flash, but yes.
But as a whole, they depict it?
Yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'm going to have State's Exhibits 53, A, B, C, and D admitted into evidence.
See those.
Detective, these are still shots from that video. I'm going to direct you to 53D. Oh, let me switch it over here.
Was any the objections?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's 53 A, B, and C?
A, B, C, D.
A, B, C, D. Will be admitted.
With 53D, do you see, Detective, if you can point with your stick up there, what it is you saw that you believed in your opinion was a muzzle flash? Okay, and that is from the first vehicle that passes by the victim's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, by this time, you clearly had seen the victim's vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you had spoken with both Ms. Harrison and Mr. Brown about what had happened on that day?
Yes, I did.
All right. And going back to the Lorenzo's video, I'm going to go ahead and continue playing it after this. In that video, there's an individual who gets out of the car and starts running. Were you able to identify who that individual was?
Yes,
And who was that?
Willie Brown.
All right. And, all right. Now, based on this, did you go and obtain video from the Chevron?
Yes, I did.
All right. And again, this was after speaking with Mr. Brown and Ms. Harrison about the events of the day.
Correct.
And were you aware at that point in time that they had been in that area searching for something?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And is that kind of what drew your attention further down towards that Chevron?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Did you obtain some video from the Chevron?
I did obtain some video from Chevron, and I know Detective Neitlinger had obtained some as well.
Okay. So Detective Neitlinger had also obtained some, but you went and obtained more video. Did you obtain more video from the interior of the store?
Correct.
All right. And when you obtained that video, before I get to that, I forgot, you also obtained another video. You obtained video from the East Tampa Pawn and Gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to put this back up here. The East Tampa Pawn and Gun, if you could please orient the jury. Where is that again?
Sure. East Tampa Pawn and Gun is on the south side of the road here. And the Chevron gas station is right there.
All right. And where is the camera that you obtained from East Tampa Pawn, the video that you obtained? Where is that camera positioned and where is it pointing?
It's positioned on the east side of East Tampa Pawn and Gun, and it faces out, covering the parking lot, the most western parking lot of Chevron, and it also covers some of Gideon's Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And you obtained that video, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to determine if the video of that from East Tampa Pawn and Gun was accurate, the time?
The time on that one was 1 minute and 10 seconds fast.
Okay. And going back to the Chevron, were you also able to determine whether or not there was any time discrepancy from the actual time on the Chevron video?
Yes, that one was determined to be 1 minute and 30 seconds slower than the actual time.
All right. Now, we've talked about Lorenzo's garage. You obtained that video. We talked about the Chevron video. We're going to get into that in a little bit more when we start to talk about the identification of the individuals. We talked about the East Tampa Pawn and Gun, and again, we're going to get into that one a little more as well. There was also another video you collected that's on this map. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what would that be?
That would have been the Bay City Cabinets,
All right.
which was located right here and just a little bit further west on the south side of the road.
All right. And the Bay City Cabinets, where was that camera facing?
Well, it had multiple cameras covering several areas, but the one that covers Hillsborough Avenue faces north. It kind of covers both sides of Hillsborough Avenue.
All right. And when you obtained that video, were you able to determine if the time was accurate on that video?
The time on that one was 5 minutes and 27 seconds slow.
And Detective, when you all make these determinations regarding the time, you're using what are you using to determine what is the problem?
I was using a World Clock Live feature, which we sync up. We look at it, and then my second, Scott, was there. We look at it and make sure the times match. So we pause it,
And that's kind of what you all are all trained to do when you go to these locations, is to verify the timing based on.
Yeah, verify the timing, correct. Yes,
all right. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 46. I'll ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And that is just a summary exhibit, correct, with the videos that you obtained and the difference between the actual time and the correct time? Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Judge moved to have State's Exhibit 46 admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
Well, I'm not actually, I'm not sure on the 2 minute parts. I'm not sure, but yeah. Okay.
Well, that was, Detective, I realized that some of these you didn't obtain, and we had some testimony regarding the 2 minutes, so that's why that's listed as that.
Okay.
46 will be admitted.
And so that summary exhibit does in fact contain the times that are listed on the actual videos you obtained versus the actual time, the difference in time. Would that be right?
Yes.
All right. Now, the Bay City Cabinets video that you observed, we're going to go ahead and play that as well. Yeah. Detective, we paused this now at the 2059, 36, and 536 EDT. Do you see in that video the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
And where is it? If you could use that pointer and show the jury. Right, and so for the record, you're pointing towards the top right corner. There's two vehicles out on the road, and there's the one in the front is the one you're pointing to. That's the victim's vehicle in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And behind it, there's another vehicle. Would that be accurate?
Yes, there's another vehicle.
All right. And do you know, there's already been testimony today that there were 3 other vehicles involved. Do you know which vehicle that is that's coming up behind it at that time?
I'd have to play through a little bit more.
Okay.
I'd have to look. I believe it's vehicle number 3. So
Number 3, okay, right there?
I'd have to look at the whole video and see.
Okay. Okay, we're now playing a different angle from Bay City. Again, this is a video you obtained?
Yes.
Bay City cabinets?
Yes, this is a video I looked at more because the other camera view, the trucks are kind of blocking the view.
I understand. That's why we switched it. We'll stop right there. Detective, we've paused it at the 2059 35873. What are we looking at there?
This is the victim's vehicle.
Okay. And what do we see in this? We stopped it at 2059 38473. What do we see here?
This would be the third vehicle, the Chrysler.
The Chrysler? Detective, you also, going back to the beginning where this all started, the Chevron, you obtained video from there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that video, do you see when these 3 vehicles that have been identified in these other videos, do you see when they leave that Chevron?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And have you been able, Detective, to see, based on the timing of when they leave that Chevron to when the shooting starts at Lorenzo's, do you know exactly how long it was from the minute they pulled out of that Chevron to the minute the shooting starts at Lorenzo's garage?
Yes.
How long was it?
From the first vehicle exiting was 49 seconds.
Okay. So 49 seconds from the first vehicle leaving the Chevron to the minute the shooting starts by Lorenzo's garage was 49 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long it was until the second shooting, or to the crash, excuse me, to the crash of the vehicle?
To the crash, I believe it was.
Stand by.
Your Honor, as the jury relied on the video as it pertains to the time frame as the shooting.
I think his testimony at the timeline is fine. I'll allow it. I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Judge. So, Detective, from the time the first car leaves the Chevron to when the victim's vehicle crashes, how much time elapses in that period?
That exact time, I mean, I know the crash was at 9:05:07. I'd have to look at it a little bit further, but, you know, it's kind of, I don't know exactly.
So you don't know the exact time. You just know the time when the shooting started.
The time of the shooting started, I know when the first series of gunshots ended, and then I could tell you when the third vehicle pulls out as well, and then the second volley of shots.
Okay. So when the third vehicle pulls out and there's that second volley of shots, how much time elapses between that period?
That one was 56 seconds from when it exits the Chevron gas station.
Okay.
So.
Now, in that Chevron video, the first vehicle that leaves, it's eventually viewed coming back. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. From when the gunshots end, based off the Power Electric video, you could hear audio. That video, when that vehicle leaves, the first gunshot ends at 9:04:41. It's about 10 gunshots. Then that vehicle, after a minute and 10 seconds, that same vehicle, the first vehicle, returns to the Chevron gas station via a different route. You can see it coming from 43rd Street and following along through Bay City cabinet video, and ultimately coming back out on 47th Street, coming in the other side. And from the time that vehicle leaves,
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So just answer. So from the time the vehicle leaves to the time it returns, how much time elapses?
it's a minute and 59 seconds.
All right, so Detective, now I'm going to move you backwards, I guess, if you will, putting up State's Exhibit 41. We're going to go to the Chevron. Based on the information you were gathering, did you attempt to determine the identities of the individuals who were in those vehicles that left that Chevron?
Yes, we did.
Right. And was that based on all the investigation that you had gathered at that point, as well as what you heard from Mr. Brown and so forth?
Yes, it was.
All right. And so you went and did you obtain video for almost the entire day from that Chevron?
Yeah, it was a few hours when it was daytime, and then, yes, probably about 3 hours worth of video.
All right. And next to the Chevron, you've already described that East Tampa pawn and gun. Did the individuals who you observed in that Chevron, were you able to observe them also from that video from East Tampa pawn and gun?
Yes.
Okay. What were these individuals? Were they just kind of hanging out there throughout the day?
Yeah, predominantly they were hanging out, kind of going in and out of the store at various times. Yeah, hanging out, maybe throwing dice, gambling, drinking.
Yes. Detective, about how long did you see them hanging out there?
A few hours, at least.
In these videos, did you eventually see when the vehicles leave?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you go back in time in those videos to determine and see who it was that entered into those vehicles?
Yes, I did.
And through your investigation, were you able to identify the individuals who entered into the first vehicle and into the third vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Did you vote first? Detective, I'm going to show you. I'll show you first Detective States 7A through E, and you can take a look through those. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are photos of the subjects sitting over here when they were taken into custody.
So this is when they were booked in this particular case, correct?
Yes, it was.
Right. So 7A, who is this individual?
That is Zavante Sampson.
All right. And 7B?
That is Andrew Thompson.
And 7C?
Jalen Bedward.
7D?
James Denson.
And 7E?
Quindarius Hammond.
Detective, I'm also going to show you now. I'm going to show you 51A1 through 51A9. And ask you to take a look at those.
Mr. Carey, are you admitting 7A through E?
Oh, yes. I think I've already admitted.
No. Any objections? was on the affidavit, but I didn't have it checked off, just to make sure. Any objections to state 7A through E being admitted?
7A through E.
All right, it'll be admitted if it hadn't been previously admitted.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What do 51A1 through A9 depict?
Depicted all the 5 subjects that I just identified as being inside the store, the Chevron gas station store.
And do these pictures fairly and accurately depict the videos you use in making your identifications?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would move to have States Exhibits 51A1 through 51A9 admitted with A10 and A13, which have been previously admitted.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, they'll be admitted.
A1 through A9.
Yes, 51A1 through A9. All right, in 51A1, who are we looking at in this particular photo?
That is Andrew Thompson.
In 51A2, there's 2 individuals. Who are we looking at here?
Andrew Thompson is on the left there.
(51A3). Sorry.
That's James Denson.
Okay, and there's 2 pictures of them. They just happen to be put together.
They're both James Denson.
Okay. In 51A5.
That is also James Denson.
(51A9). Who's this?
That is Jalen Bedward.
In 51A8.
That is Zavante Sampson.
And also in 51A7.
Same Zavante Sampson.
And those clothes that they're wearing, are those the clothes they were wearing on the date in question?
Yes, that's the clothing that they're wearing.
And these were still shots from videos that were taken on the day of this incident.
Yes, it is.
All right, Detective, I'm going to go through now with your identification of each individual one by one, okay? And we're going to discuss each one separately and how you were able to make that identification and what you learned from that, okay?
Okay. I don't believe I viewed one photo there, but I think we're missing Quindarius Hammond.
Quindarius Hammond, we previously did that with Mr. Mistake.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. So, Detective, this is, in fact, the photo we just introduced, the broken photo of Zavante Sampson. Would that be right?
Yes, it is.
All right. Based on, okay, this, yeah, go ahead and play it. Is this video you obtained of Zavante Sampson within the Chevron?
Yes, it is.
Detective, when you made a possible identification of this individual as Zavante Sampson, did you go out? Did you eventually meet with Mr. Sampson?
Yes, I did.
Did you show Mr. Sampson this video?
Yes, I did show him this video, and he identified himself in that video.
Okay. All right, good. Now, Detective, you also obtained video from the East Tampa Pond. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And those videos show those same individuals that were inside. Does it show them outside as well?
Yes, it does.
All right. On this video, do you, we have circled here, is that in fact the individual who we just saw in the store as Zavante Sampson?
Yes.
Okay.
I showed him this video too.
And you showed him this video, and he identified himself in this video as well?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Now, Detective, just, you don't need to comment on this. I'm just showing you, this is a slowed down video that's going to follow Zavante Sampson just prior to leaving. We don't have it on here. All right, Detective, that the person who got into that vehicle in the driver's seat and drove away, who was that individual?
Zavante Sampson.
And did he positively identify himself as being the driver of that vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And he did, in fact, did he tell you that he in fact drove that car out of there that day?
Yes, he did.
And did he ever tell you that he drove back to the scene?
He said that he went back to the scene at some point when police officers were already there, the lights were on, but he didn't go all the way in there.
And when he indicated that he pulled out of that Chevron, did he ever indicate that he did the U-turn and went back the other way?
No.
Okay, Detective, I'm going to show you more from this East Tampa Pond video. Detective, is this the same vehicle that was seen driving out earlier?
Yes, it is.
The one that Zavante Sampson was driving?
Yes, it is.
And this is the one that came back approximately 2 minutes after driving out?
A minute and 59 seconds, yes.
Detective, this vehicle that's pulling up, is that the same vehicle that just pulled out of that Chevron after dropping off that man?
Yes, it is.
Again, the car driven by Zavante Sampson.
Correct.
Now, Detective, before we get on to Quandarius Hammond, when you were speaking with Mr. Sampson, were you able to obtain a phone belonging to Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
And what was his phone number, if you recall?
It started with 813 and it was 461 9827.
Okay. And what did you do with that phone?
Collected it and then wrote a search warrant on it.
All right. And did you also obtain call detail records for that phone?
I did prior to that.
All right. And did those call detail records reveal anything of any evidentiary nature?
Yeah, it showed that he had communication with Quandarius Hammond, and he also had communication with James Denson probably about 50 minutes after the homicide. It looked like there was about eight messages between them in like I want to say maybe like a 9-hour time period.
Okay. Did you later turn over, do you have anyone at your office who works on cell towers identification and that sort of stuff, technology?
Yes. Cell towers would be my former Sergeant Van Heist.
And do you have to obtain a search warrant for that information?
Yes, I did.
And did you obtain a search warrant for that information in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the contents of that search warrant to Sergeant Van Heist?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in fact, did you do that for all the phones of all the individuals that are involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Quandarius Hammond is now up there. So based on possible identification of Quandarius Hammond, did you go interview Mr. Hammond?
I did.
All right. And was that prior to his being taken into custody, if you recall?
I believe I spoke to him on September 2nd.
Okay. When you interviewed him, did you have this Chevron video that you have shown earlier?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you show him that video?
Yes, I did.
And did he identify himself in that video?
Yes, he did.
Can you play the video from this one? Was that, Detective, before going, was that individual Quandarius Hammond that we just saw in that video?
Yes.
And did he identify himself as Quandarius Hammond when you showed him that?
Yes, he did.
Again, these videos are from the same day, correct?
Correct, yes.
In this video, it looks like he's removed the shirt that he had on over that. Would that be accurate?
Correct. Yeah, the first video was was a different time, a little bit after this.
And again, Detective, did you show him that video?
Yes, I did.
And he identified himself in that video?
Yes.
All right. Detective, did you also show him video from from the East Tampa Pond?
Yes.
Okay, and did he identify himself in the East Tampa Pond video?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, do you see Quandarius Hammond in this particular video?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and identify him for the jury? All right, and for the record, he's identifying the individual on the far bottom left of this video. All right, Detective, you can sit down. So in this video, we, again, are going to focus on basically him and his witness in this. Detective, we had to switch to another camera. Do you see him there at in this particular time?
Yes, I do.
Point him to the jury, please. All right, thank you, sir. Detective, at this point in time, I don't see him, but is he still in the same location where he crouched down a little while ago?
Yes. Yes, he just.
Detective, was that Mr. Hammond who was getting into the passenger seat of the car driven by Zavante Sampson?
Yes, it was.
Did anyone else get in that car other than Zavante Sampson and Quandarius Hammond?
No, sir.
Detective, on these videos, do you have the ability to zoom in?
Yes.
Okay.
Zoom in.
So, Detective, at this point, I'm going to show you from that East Tampa Pond video, the zoomed-in version where he's down by that fence. Let me play that. I'm asking you. Detective, I'm going to ask you when you look at this one to look at his hands.
Okay.
Detective, when he stands up and comes out from, there's a silhouette of him by that fence. Do you see anything that
I'm sure they are the truth. They probably is. Thank y'all for being here. I know I haven't been talking much. I know, right, Tanya? That's why I've been looking, girl. This is a mess. But I think you were saying, I think, yeah, that's you. You said these kids must not watch crime TV because if they get your phone, if you think you deleted your account with a police. See, that's what I don't understand. Why people haven't realized yet in this day and time, cameras are everywhere. Your phone is a your phone between your phone cameras. I mean, I don't understand why people don't get it. You're not getting away with nothing. You said it to me, B. It's crazy. I'm talking about you on the interstate, on the highway, they got you. You be on the interstate, the highway, it's hell in the water, they got you. Cameras are everywhere. I wonder how long they gonna be going back and forth, honey, because they must be duking it out. And then you got to remember it's multiple lawyers. Like it's 5 people being tried at one time. So my God, today. Mm. Now on you at all times. You know I don't know if my son was joking when he told me this one time, but he told me, he said, and I don't know where he get it from, cause my son, he read a lot and he watched a lot of stuff. He was like, Mom, you know it's cameras in them smart TVs. I said, wait. He said, yeah. I said, oh. I said, well, they gonna get an eye full from me and my TVs. I said, tell me, they always watching, Mama. So,
187, 7, 3,
all
5,
right, here we
6,
go, y'all.
which specifically states, this is a case where an officer was testifying on the video. He could tell that he had a gun under his shirt. And the officer's observations were limited to what was captured on the video, the same video that was available to the jury to watch.
Really?
So, silence of the jury, the detective can't testify to what he thinks that is.
Okay, Judge, can I at least have him authenticate this next screenshot that we're going to be using in our closing? That's coming from that as being the Quandarius Hammond, and I can show.
Yeah, he just can't say what he thinks he's holding.
Okay.
Can I see the screenshot and any other screenshots that we are introducing? Because these have been coming, the videos themselves have been introduced into evidence. So any freeze frame that we're taking, I understand as the trial goes on, we press pause on the videos, but that's what we're referring to as screenshots. I will try to make a composite exhibit of freeze frames from the videos to provide to defense in a separate exhibit. But these
If it's a screenshot of from the video, then it's admissible.
I understand, I just, you freeze.
It's right there.
You're actually, this have it printed out?
It's right there.
No, this one photo now is a freeze frame.
He was like, loaded for bear.
Okay.
And I'm just going to have him identify it. I'm going to have him identify this and say, is that in fact Quandarius Hammond in that freeze frame right there where the circle is? And have him say yes. That's it. You won't let me ask him what's on it. I'm not going to ask him what it is. But I'm gonna ask him.
Wow, man. Wow.
I can ask him. How do we get it on the video?
I don't know. No, I didn't.
No.
You have a screenshot?
It's coming up now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There it is. It's fine. You can continue it for it. There it is. There it is. Yeah.
Are we all set?
Yes.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez, you ready?
Yes.
Raymond.
Judge, when do you want to stop? There's no way we're going to take, so it's, so when
5:15.
5:15. I'm just trying to think if there's
So if you're
a stopping point that I can get to.
If you're after 5:15, try not to ask you more questions. We'll recess until tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Let's try to get to a video stop.
All rise for the jurors.
Chairs back, all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I take it you're able to follow the court's instructions, no issues? Very good. You may continue, Counselor.
Thank you. Detective, we have paused and zoomed in on a particular part of that video that you were just showing. Who is that that's circled in that video?
Quindarius Hammond.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, Detective, we're playing the next video involving Quindarius Hammond, we believe. Yeah. Can you pause it? Yeah. Now, Detective, we paused the video here. Is that the car that left earlier that was driven by?
Okay, man.
Yes, it was.
And you determined that this is approximately 2 minutes later that it is returning to that Chevron?
1 minute, 59 seconds.
1 minute, 59 seconds. Okay, thank you. Okay, Detective. Now, you interviewed Mr. Hammond, correct?
Yes, I did.
And he, in fact, identified himself in these videos?
Correct.
Overruled.
And was this interview recorded so both the state and defense could listen to it at another later time?
Yes.
All right. And had he been read Miranda?
Yes.
And did he admit that it was him that got into that passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you? Did he tell you that he went around and did the U-turn, or what did he say he did?
He said that he got in the passenger seat, left the parking lot, proceeded to go a couple of blocks east, and then exited the vehicle and proceeded to go back to the store where his girlfriend picked him up.
All right. And Detective, obviously the second half of that video that shows him returning, that's clearly was inaccurate. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you obtain the phone of Quindarius Hammond when he was arrested?
Yes.
Right. And what was his phone number?
It was 813-953-6476.
And did you obtain the call detail records to the phone belonging to Quindarius Hammond?
Yes, I did.
And did you note anything of any evidentiary value in the call detail records?
I noted the phone was, I believe the billing address was, information was with his name. And I noticed that there was some phone communications within 24 hours between him and Savante Sampson. And then there was also communication between him and James Denson.
And did you do a search warrant for the phone?
I did, yes.
And in a search warrant, what are you trying to obtain from the phone?
Just trying to obtain any information that you might be able to locate, text messages, photos. You can get, sometimes you may be able to get steps or different stuff activity-wise. They all had iPhones.
And is there an individual in your agency who does those technical downloads of the phones?
Yes, the technical downloads would be part of our ICAC unit, which is Detective Ben Boers.
Ben Boers?
Yeah, don't quote me how to say it, but I think it's BOHRS. Boers is his last name.
Okay. And he's who does the downloads of the phones when there's been a search warrant?
Correct. I think there's a couple of them that do it, but yes.
And did you also, on Mr. Hammond's phone, obtain a search warrant for cell site records?
Yes, I did.
All
And
right.
I provided that to Sergeant Van Heist.
Okay. All right, Detective. Andrew Thompson, is that in fact Andrew Thompson, the picture we see up there?
Yes, that is Andrew Thompson.
All right. And when Andrew Thompson was developed as a possible suspect in this case, did you locate and speak with Andrew Thompson?
Yes, I did.
And did you show him the video from the interior of the store?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Thompson, in fact, identify himself in that video?
Yes, he did.
Detective, where is Andrew Thompson in this video, if you could point him out?
He's right here.
The white T-shirt with the kind of plaid shorts?
Checker shorts.
Yes, plaid checker shorts, yes. And again, Detective, this is a video. It's dated 8/22/2021, approximately 7:02:36 p.m. From the Chevron. And this is the video that he, in fact, identified himself. Is that
Yes, it
right?
is. Yes.
This? Okay, yes. Okay. Yes. All right, Detective, we, again, this is the video from East Tampa Pond. And again, this is a slowed down, focused on Andrew Thompson video.
Okay.
You can point him out to the jury. Okay, thank you.
That's true, Miss B. That's so true.
Detective, has he changed his appearance at any point at this point?
Yes, he has.
What has he done?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The best evidence is the video.
I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, Mr. Thompson is standing next to a vehicle. Were you able to identify whose vehicle that is?
Yes, that's a Chrysler 300 belonging to Jalen Bedward.
Okay, and that belongs to Jalen Bedward. That was the third vehicle in the three
Yes.
vehicles that left the store?
Yes, it was.
Okay, detective, we moved on to the individual pictured above. Who is that?
That was James Denson.
Okay.
That is James Denson.
That's the booking photo that we just previously introduced.
Yes. Yes.
Detective, where's James Denson in this video? And did he in fact, did you meet with him and talk to him?
Yes, I did.
And did he in fact identify himself in this video as being James Denson?
Yes, he did.
Now, detective, aside from this interior video, did you show James Denson video from the exterior from the East Tampa Pond?
Yes, I did.
And did he identify himself in the East Tampa Pond videos?
Yes, he did.
Yep. Detective, I'm going to go. Do you see James Denson in this video?
Yes, I did.
Can you point him out, please? Okay, thank you. And detective, he runs off camera there. Is he picked up also on the Chevron video?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and in fact, we've switched over to the Chevron video. Is that the circled area? Is that in fact James Denson?
Yes, it is.
And did he also identify himself in this video as that being him?
Yes, he did.
And which car is he running to, detective?
I can't tell if he's running. I know he's running to. He told me he's running to his vehicle at one point, but then he runs back to the Chrysler 300.
And the Chrysler 300 is the car that's driven by Jalen Bedward. Is that right?
Correct.
And detective, this is Jalen. This Jalen Bedward's vehicle about to leave the third vehicle.
Yes, it is.
And do you see James Denson in this still?
Yes, I do.
Record reflect he's pointing towards the right side of the video screen. Detective, did he admit that it was him who got into that rear passenger seat of the Chrysler 300?
Yes, he did.
Hold on, I gotta ask some questions. Detective, were you able
Also told
to?
me some other things.
Okay. So did you interview Mr. Denson?
I did.
Okay, and this was after Miranda?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and he identified himself. Is that accurate?
Yes, he did.
All right. Did there come a time where he gave you some information regarding a firearm?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that firearm?
He told me he owns a firearm and he pawned it. It was a Taurus, he said, and he pawned it at East Tampa Pawn, and from this video right here, the same pawn shop that you've seen the video at.
All right. And did he indicate to you that he ever let anyone borrow that gun or use that gun?
No.
Okay. Did he say that gun was his gun and his alone?
Yes, he did.
All right. And he indicated to you that he had in fact pawned it?
Yes, he did.
What did you do with that information, Detective?
After I spoke with him, Detective Barnett and I responded over to the East pawn shop there, and we obtained the firearm. We also got the pawn transaction slip as well, which somebody pawns a gun, they'll sign it, and they'll put their thumbprint on there as well.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31A and B. Now you open that up and take a look inside and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a Taurus 9mm firearm.
And is that in fact the firearm you recovered from the East Tampa pawn shop?
It is, yes.
And does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you obtained it on that day?
Yes, it does.
And there's also some other stuff inside there. What is that? What is that fire?
I have to open it up, but it says flashlight, 14 cartridges or 14 rounds.
Set that aside, right?
Okay,
So the gun, though, does appear to be the same or substantially the same condition as when you obtained it on that day.
correct.
We've got State's Exhibit 31A and they didn't have it.
Any objections?
No objection.
It'll be admitted. It's 31A.
Does not publish?
Granted.
Detective, what did you do with the gun after you obtained it from the pawn shop?
After he obtained it from the pawn shop, Detective Barnett took it over to FDLE so it could be compared to rounds, test fired, and compare those rounds to the ones that are on scene there. And ultimately, it was
Objection to hearsay.
Overruled.
ultimately it was found that the two of the rounds that were on scene were matching that same firearm as being fired from that firearm.
All right, and that was done at Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Correct.
All right, and what is Florida Department of Law Enforcement? If you can just explain to the jury.
It's FDLE, is what we call it, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They, state agency. They basically, they're kind of like a forensic unit. We take a lot of forensics over there. They analyze it and do things for us. But they're their own separate law enforcement entity, but they're part of the state.
At the time that you arrested Mr. Denson, were you also able to obtain his phone?
Yes, I was.
And what was his phone number?
His phone number was area code 813-408-2912.
And again, as with the other individuals, did you obtain his call detail records?
I did.
And did they have anything of any evidentiary value?
He actually, Mr. Denson, had communicated with everybody at some point after the homicide. He had communicated with Mr. Hammond approximately 2 hours after the homicide. And he also had, like I stated before, he had several communications with Zavante Sampson, the first being approximately 50 minutes after the homicide. He also had communication with Andrew Thompson, which was about 2 hours after the homicide.
All right. And Did you also do a search warrant for cell site information regarding the phone belonging to James Denson?
Yes, I did.
All right. And again, whatever information was obtained from that search warrant, you provided to Sergeant Van Heisen in order to an evaluation.
Correct.
All right. I believe we have. So just maybe a stopping point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time to stop for the night. We're going to recess until tomorrow morning. Just meet at 8:30 wherever the deputy has you go. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
I think that was the end of day 2, y'all. I think we're gonna do a little bit more, and then it's gonna end it for the day. Let me see what day 3 looking like. Cause I just saw on my
I don't know why it won't.
Huh?
I was trying to get it to go to the next video. But
so is this day 3 that's playing that you got up now?
No, this is the one that just ended, but it's still on.
Okay. I'm not done, Miss B. I'll be here for a few more minutes. So which one is this for Trey?
This is the next one.
I need to know which day.
3. You can't see that? Well, I wasn't looking.
It's
at the top of the screen.
Okay, so y'all, this is day 3. Listen, this is day 3 that we're about to watch, right? So today was day 4. And pause it for me, Trey. And I just saw where they today the prosecution ended their case. So when they come back next week, if the defense has a case to put on, it'll be next week. But we kind of caught up a little bit because we starting day 3. Day 4 ended today. So like I say, by the time the weekend is out, I'm hoping that we'll be caught up. So on Monday we'll be live. Okay, Trey. Thank you. Here we go, y'all. This is day 3.
All right.
Is he identifying with specificity any of the vehicles on the video?
You know you're gonna be late, right? You might as well just yeah, I can speed it up. Let's see. This one is.
You talking about late for my other live?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay,
this is
listen.
an 8-hour live here, but I mean, breaks and stuff in between, so it's probably like 4 hours, 3.5.
Oh no, I'm not gonna try to do this whole thing. I'm not gonna try to finish this whole thing today. So I got my other live scheduled for 5. I need you for that one too, if you can. And I know you going live at 9.
You is the slave master, man.
Yeah. You've been on break with me. I ain't been doing that. I need to get this work in. And
all the reason why I need me what to do.
Yes, I do.
Truth, stop telling me what to do.
What she say?
She telling me what to do.
No,
I will keep
tell her not to tell
I
me what
sure
to do.
will, Grayson. I got you, boo. I sure will.
Make sure I want to tell her to give me another Happy Meal.
I'll get her a Happy Meal, Trey. Get her a Happy Meal.
She deserve no Happy Meal.
Today is Friday. Happy Meal.
She mad at me that I didn't come to Grandparents' Day, and I keep telling her I ain't no grandparent. I'm not your grandparent.
She wants you to come to Grandparents' Day. Poor Grayson.
The gentleman, Jerry Long Dodge, looked at the videos because of his experience, etc., identified him as an Infinity and as a Chrysler. You don't have that testimony yet, and I don't want Detective Salela conjecturing or guessing that a particular vehicle in the videos is a particular brand of vehicles. I think he can identify that.
I don't think he's conjecturing at this point based on what he learned from the
we're going to take us.
We skip ahead to the detective testimony because they just arguing amongst each other.
Understand. 30 we was introduced yesterday. 31 A and B that we was introduced yesterday into evidence. And Detective, there was a bag within the box, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
Detective, you obtained this firearm from the pawn shop. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, when you obtained the firearm from the pawn shop, did you basically document what you obtained?
Yes.
And was the firearm in fact loaded with live rounds when you obtained it from the pawn shop?
I'm not 100% sure if it was or wasn't.
Go ahead, and if you want to open that and see if it will refresh your recollection.
Yeah, these are rounds that I'm not sure if they were in the magazine, or I know usually they don't, the pawn shop doesn't normally have it loaded when they
If you want to look at your report, maybe to refresh your recollection about obtaining the firearm, what was with
He
it.
do it all the time, Miss B. That's why he gonna stop crying to me. He do it all the time.
We're gonna take us begin again where we.
I hit the wrong button. What did Miss B say? I couldn't see what she said. What she say?
She said True Trey be calling you on your day off.
I ain't talking about her calling me on my day off. I said she a slave master.
It's all the same. You be all right.
She is working me like David Taylor. I want lunch.
You probably been having lunch the whole time we've been on here. Don't do that.
And Detective, there was a bag within the box, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
Detective, you obtained this firearm from the pawn shop. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. When you obtained the firearm from the pawn shop, did you basically document what you obtained?
Yes.
And was the firearm in fact loaded with live rounds when you obtained it from the pawn shop?
I'm not 100% sure if it was or wasn't.
Go ahead, and if you want to open that, see if it will refresh your recollection.
Yeah, these are rounds that I'm not sure if they were in the magazine, or I know usually they don't, the pawn shop doesn't normally have it loaded when they
If you want to look at your report, maybe to refresh your recollection about obtaining the firearm and what was with it, the contents.
I don't recall on here on the report. I didn't document if it was loaded or unloaded, but based off of pawn shop history, stuff that I've done in the past with pawn shops.
Do you have the impound of the gun with you in your report?
I do not have it with me. Sorry.
Okay. Firearms, you can check the number. You do not have the impound
Of the, I do not. No, I don't have it with me. Are you saying when it's placed into evidence by us? I don't have that with me. I know Detective Barnett was the one that placed it. I think Detective Barnett was with me.
Okay, does the number on the manila envelope match the number on the box?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly which number we're looking at on here. So like I said, I mean, Detective Barnett was the one that placed it.
All right, well, we need calls out to Detective Barnett. When you obtained the firearm, did you also obtain the pawn slip that was used in that particular case?
Yes, we did.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33 for identification.
All right, this was in the. It's okay to open it up. Can I open it up?
Heads up, you got to resend the Adrian playlist. You got to resend it. Just send it to my email.
Oh, okay, because it's a different one anyway. Okay, I got you.
Because this isn't the pawn form. Okay. Yes, this is the pawn form that was that James Denson, the pawn transaction that James Denson conducted with East Tampa Pawn.
Does that pawn form appear to be the same or similar condition as when you received it on that day that you went and picked up the gun?
Yes, it does.
Judge, move that State's Exhibit number 33 into evidence.
Any objections? Any objections? It'll be admitted to State's 33.
All right, Detective, now these pawn forms that are obtained, when an item is pawned, what is typically done at a pawn shop?
When an item's pawned, whoever's doing the pawning or doing the transaction with the pawn shop, they would usually provide an identification, or they would definitely sign their name on the pawn form, and they would provide a thumbprint, which a thumbprint would be placed onto the pawn ticket itself.
Okay, so this is East Tampa Gun and Pawn, or Pawn and Gun, excuse me. And it indicates, it gives his name and address. Is that in fact his correct address at the time? If you recall.
I don't recall if it was.
And it indicates he's the item that he's pawning. Is this the area where it indicates what is being pawned?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and it describes a handgun and a Taurus, correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that he had to sign the form. Would that be his signature down here?
Yes.
And is this in fact the print that's the thumbprint that's taken when an item is pawned?
Correct, the right thumbprint.
Thank you, sir. Judge, unfortunately, we're having an IT issue, and we have a gentleman here to help us fix it, but he said we probably need to take a break. If that's, I understand it's inconvenient, but.
How much time do you think you can?
It might take 2 seconds.
The IT man clearly don't do nothing but eat snacks all day.
Judge, I can actually, there's a couple other things I could possibly do while he's working on this. If it's okay if I do that while he's up here?
That's fine.
Okay. Detective, you had mentioned earlier that you had obtained what are known as call detail records.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And how do you go about obtaining these call detail records?
Through subpoenas.
Okay, and you send a subpoena to what the telephone
They
company?
send it to the whatever cell phone provider is for whatever number you're sending it for. So in this case, all four of them had T-Mobile was the carrier, with the exception of Andrew Thompson had AT&T.
Okay. Those are good. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 30, 35B, 36B, 37B, and 38B, as well as Exhibit 54. And have you take a look at those and see if you recognize what those are.
Yes. You may continue.
All right, Detective, going back to what we were just talking about, when you obtain these call detail records, in what format do they come to you?
They come in a PDF and sometimes an Excel format.
Okay. And what do these records contain?
It contains all the incoming, outgoing calls from a cell phone. Text message, voice message. It'll show who's calling and who's receiving phone calls.
Okay. And are those in fact copies of some of the records you received in this particular case of the call detail records of these 5 individuals?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, move to have these exhibits submitted to evidence now. States Exhibit 54, 37, or 35. I'm sorry, 38. We get this right. 35B, 36B, 37B, and 38B.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right. All those exhibits will be admitted as referenced.
All right, and just I'm not going to go through each of these because that will take too long, but I want to just kind of give the jury a sense of what these are. So when a record comes to you from, say, T-Mobile, do you receive generally a business record certification or saying that these are in fact the records of that phone number?
Yes, correct.
And on the front page here, the top page, this is in fact a business record certification from T-Mobile?
Yes, it is.
All right, and does it contain the phone number of which you are attempting to get the records of?
Yes, it does.
And where is that identifier, if you could point it out to the jury? Okay, and so for this particular phone, this is phone number 813-953-6476, is that correct?
Correct.
And
that's the number for Quindarius Hammond.
And that's for number for Quindarius Hammond?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then just so that the jury has some understanding of how these records look, is this in fact what the page looks like that it comes to you?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and we'll just go to a date more in question. So for instance, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here and we're going to use one of the lines just so you can explain to the jury. So let's take, for instance, the first one of 8/21/01. Is that the date that the call was received?
Yes, it is. When we get the records from the providers, it comes in UTC time. And what that means is universal time coordinated, and that's 5 hours, behind.
5 hours behind. So at this particular one, whatever call this was either received or incoming or outgoing at this says 11:04. So what time would that be on Eastern Standard Time?
So Eastern Standard Time, it would have to be backdated to 8:20.
Okay.
So approximately, I guess it would be at 12 o'clock.
So it'd be like
around 7.
Around 7:11.
Correct.
Okay.
7:11 p.m. Yes,
okay. And this would be, does it tell what kind of call it is?
It's an outgoing call.
So that would mean that in this particular case, the number of this phone was dialing this particular number?
Correct.
And this is in fact the number that's calling. Would that be accurate? Because that's the number of this record.
That's the number that's calling out. Correct.
Right. And this is the number it's calling to?
Correct.
All right. And then same thing for this one, which is about a minute later. And what is this? What are these numbers here in the middle line?
Those are like the seconds. I believe how long the duration of the call is.
Okay. And again, this is another outgoing call. And this is to this particular number, 401-0070. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And that's kind of how it's listed with the date, the time of the call, the duration of the call, incoming or outgoing, where the call is made from and who the call is made to. Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
Unless it's being received, in which case
it would be incoming.
For instance, let's go to an incoming call and make that clear. So for instance, on this call at 8/21/2021, it's received at, well, it's 1:15 here. That would be like 8:15 p.m.
Correct.
It has a 12 seconds and it's an incoming. So then this would be the number that is calling it. Would that be accurate? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And this is the number that is being called or is receiving the call, which is of course the number of the records you receive.
Correct.
Right. And that's how all of these records can be interpreted the same way as this one?
Yeah, those are T-Mobile records.
Okay. All right, Detective. Now we're going to go back to where we were with the identifications. I believe we got our IT situation figured out. Yes. Okay. So, Detective, let's go back to we had discussed already Zavante Sampson, Anthony Thompson. Which, by the way, did you receive the phone? I don't know if I asked you. Did you receive the phone of Anthony Thompson as well?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Andrew Thompson. I'm not sure I called him Anthony. Andrew Thompson. And did Andrew Thompson were you able to obtain the phone records for that phone as well?
Yes, I was.
All right. And Andrew Thompson uses a different subscriber than the other four. Is that accurate?
Correct.
What subscriber did Andrew Thompson use?
AT&T.
Okay. And you obtained those records?
Correct.
Okay. And including the call detail records?
Correct.
And they were part of the packet that I just introduced. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, going again now to Mr. Bedward. So we've gone through the other four individuals that have been charged in this case. Now we're talking about Mr. Bedward. Did you in fact identify Mr. Bedward as a potential suspect in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you interview or go and interview Mr. Bedward regarding the circumstances of this case?
Yes, I spoke with him twice.
Okay. And when you went and spoke with him originally, did he tell you he wanted to speak with you? Was he
Yes, he wanted to speak with us. We spoke with him at our headquarters. He came voluntarily, but we gave him a ride.
Okay. And so it was voluntary. He came and talked to you. Did you present him any video to show him to see if he could identify himself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you show him the interior of the Chevron where he's inside the store to see if he could make an identification of himself?
I showed him interior and exterior.
Interior and exterior.
Yes, sir.
And did he in fact identify himself as the person shown in that video in the interior and the exterior?
Yes, he did.
All right. I'm showing you now from the Chevron videos that were collected. This is from the interior on 8/22/2021 at 5:50 and 42 seconds. That individual who just walked through the screen, is that in fact Jalen Bedward?
Yes, it is.
And did he identify himself in that video as being the individual who walked through that store at that point?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now we're going to the East Tampa Pawn video, and we have a still frame here at 8/22/2021. Doesn't quite have the full hours on it, but do you see the individual circled in yellow?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who is that individual that's circled in yellow?
That is Jalen Bedward.
And did he identify himself as the individual that was circled in yellow when you showed him this video?
Yes, he did.
Okay. All right. This one, because of different ways he came in and out of the screen, we've had to kind of cut it up a little bit, but we're going to try and follow now Mr. Bedward's, what he did on that particular evening. So, Detective, just in that moment in there, that person fell. I believe we've probably seen that a dozen times now from all the other videos that have been shown. The person that fell, was that in fact Jalen Bedward?
Yes, he told me that during his interview.
And did he
tripped on?
I was about to ask you, did he say that was him that tripped?
Yes.
And what did he say? How did he say what happened?
He said it as he was running back across the street that he tripped on. I think it was a vacuum, part of a vacuum. That was at the store.
That was okay. And so when we've seen all these videos, that is in fact Jalen Bedward that trips.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and this is still shot. Can you point him out in this particular photograph of the still shot from the screen? With the
Can you
stick,
just go
please?
back a little bit? I'm sorry.
We can't go back, but we'll move on.
If we just play it through. Yeah. Okay.
You want to go back to it?
No, I could see it. Sorry.
Still shot.
We'll go back to the still shot.
Okay, that individual right there, that's Jalen Bedward?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Detective, make sure we're all still following along. Where's Mr. Bedward at this point?
He's over here by the dumpster.
Yeah, thank you. Detective, go ahead. I'm sorry. Detective, in this particular paused frame, it shows Mr. Bedward, I guess, coming out from behind those dumpsters. He appears to have something in his hand. Did you, in fact, ask Mr. Bedward about that?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you that was in his hand in that picture?
He said that was his AR assault rifle.
Okay. Again, can you show us where Mr. Bedward is in this still shot here? Okay. And he's standing next to, at this point in time, that's the first car that leaves a place driven by Svante Sampson, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And this one's his vehicle.
Okay, is that
The Chrysler 300 is right here.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Detective, did you ask him about driving that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And did he admit that he was the driver of that Chrysler 300?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he say he did after he pulled out of there?
He said that he continued to go east and went toward Brandon.
And he said he never
did a U-turn, never turned around.
Okay. And again, with when Mr. Bedward, did you obtain his phone when he was there?
Yes. I spoke to him that day. I obtained his cell phone.
And what was his phone number?
His phone number was 813-534-8321.
All right. And did you issue a search warrant for that phone?
I did.
And were you able to obtain any results from that search warrant of the phone belonging to Mr. Bedward?
No, the phone had been wiped out.
Explain what that means. His phone had been wiped out?
Yeah, that means that the contents had been deleted. I think you can get, Detective Boris would probably be able to tell you that you can still get the phone number from the SIM card, but the phone itself, all the contents were deleted.
All right. And that phone, in fact, was a prepaid phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Detective, did you get a warrant to search his residence?
Yes, I did.
And were you, in fact, involved in the search of his residence?
Yes, along with members of Sergeant Jenny's squad. And Detective Alverson was there as well.
Can we approach you?
Marked as States Exhibit 27A through Q for identification. Let's take a look through that. Sir, you had a chance to review those photos?
Yes, I did.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict what they show in those photos of the search that you did on that day?
Yes.
And you were present at that search?
Yes, I was.
All right, Judge, at this time, we would move to have States Exhibit 27A through Q admitted into evidence.
Can I take a look at those real quick?
Yes.
Yeah. Sure. Any objections other than previously noted? These will be admitted.
Thank you. Detective, 27B, what does this indicate, or what is it showing?
That's showing the address of the building, number 1817.
Okay. And 27C?
That is the apartment that he resides in, 303.
Okay. 27D and 27E and 27F show these, I guess, Air Jordan sandals. What was the reason these photos were taken of this particular item of clothing?
Because it appeared to match the ones that he was wearing the night of the homicide. We're seen on the Chevron video.
And 27G, 27H, 27I, and 27J. Why were those photos taken of that particular piece of evidence?
Again, that's clothing that appeared to be wearing during the homicide. It was visible in the Chevron.
Okay. 27K. Sorry. On 27K, there appears to be a picture of a washer. Why is that picture taken?
It's taken because it appears to be the same pants that he was wearing the night of the homicide. That's visible from the Chevron video.
Okay, and 27L, is that a more close-up of that?
Correct.
And then 27M, as well as 27N. Again, those are the same pants that you believe or took pictures of because it matches what he was wearing on that day?
Yes, sir.
All right, 27K, or Q, I'm sorry, 27Q. What are we looking at here?
It is an ammunition box that says 5.56, which are rifle rounds.
All right.
That's rifle ammunition right there.
And 27P?
Those would be the rounds itself.
Okay. And then 27O?
It's a little out of focus, but I think it's the back of the round.
I'll try again. Unfortunately, it's just kind of. But what would this be? Is this a head stamp?
Just an unfired round.
Okay. Okay. Detective, was the Chrysler 300 that we've seen in some of these videos, was that car actually recovered?
Yes, it was.
And who was driving the car at the time it was recovered?
Jalen Bedward.
All right. Was a search done of that car?
Yes, it was.
And were you present for that search?
I was not present for that search.
All right. But as a lead detective, were you aware of anything that was located within that vehicle?
Yes.
Was anything of any evidentiary value located within that vehicle?
There was a ammunition or a box that says, I can't remember the name. It's like Zerta, or started with a Z, of like the brand of a rifle, like an assault rifle gun box.
So it was a gun box for a rifle?
Yes, it was.
And was that rifle in the gun box?
No, it was not.
Was any rifle recovered in the vehicle?
No, none was recovered in the vehicle.
In your search, was that type of rifle the brand from the box? Was there any type of rifle like that located with that brand?
No, there was not.
Now, you also told us that, or you told us that the Chrysler was recovered. Was the dark blue Infiniti that we've seen in the first vehicle that was driven by Zavante Sampson, was that vehicle ever recovered?
Yes, it was.
And where was that vehicle recovered?
And it was recovered, I want to say probably like six weeks afterwards in like the Nonasassa or Brandon area, I believe. I'd have to look at my notes just to refresh my memory.
Okay. Was anyone driving it when it was recovered?
No, it was abandoned.
So it was abandoned?
Yes.
Where it was just kind of abandoned on the side of a road?
I wasn't there.
I'm sorry. Where was it abandoned?
Yeah, it was abandoned on the street. I have to look at the photos. I wasn't present when it was recovered.
Okay. And was a search done on that one as well?
Yes, it was.
And were you present for that search?
I was, yes.
And was anything of any value located in that search of that vehicle?
No.
Look through my notes real quick, Detective. Judge, at this point, I have no further questions of Detective Celaya. Thank you.
Cross?
Judge, I'm sorry, I did have one more. I apologize.
All right.
Detective, do you see the individuals? Let's just start with each one. Do you see Zavante Sampson, the individual who identified himself as the driver of the Infiniti in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please?
He is sitting at the end of the table there, the first table, with long dreadlocks, I guess in a suit, grayish, darker suit.
Record reflect he has identified the defendant Zavante Sampson.
The record will reflect that identification.
All right. And did you also do you also see Quandarius Hammond, the individual you identified getting in the passenger seat of that vehicle in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please, for the jury?
Yes, he's on the second table towards the back there, sitting to the left of Mrs. Bradley, wearing like a darker suit with a tie and a gray shirt.
Record reflect he has identified Quandarius Hammond, Your Honor.
The record will reflect that identification.
Thank you. And Detective, do you see the individual Jalen Bedward who identified himself as being the driver of the Chrysler 300 in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please, for the record?
He's sitting the closest to me right now at the first table, sitting next to the left of Mr. Hernandez. He's got a dark shirt on.
All right, record reflect he has identified Jalen Bedward, Your Honor.
That will reflect identification.
And do you see the individual Andrew Thompson who identified himself in the Chevron video?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him, please, for the jury?
He is this individual standing up right now.
All right. Record reflect he's identified the defendant Andrew Thompson.
The record will reflect that identification.
And do you see the individual James Denson who also admitted to you to being in those videos as well as getting in the back seat of the vehicle driven by Jalen Bedward?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please, for the record?
He is the individual standing up right now.
Record reflect he has identified Mr. Jensen.
The record will reflect that identification.
Judge, at this point, I don't have any further questions.
Cross. Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Detective, there is no way for you to determine which firearm from which vehicle fired the shot that killed Sonny Bell, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know whether it was a handgun 9mm projectile or a 5.56 rifle projectile, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who discharged the firearm that housed the bullet that killed Sonny Bell, correct?
Correct.
During the course of your investigation, you determined that there were 3 vehicles noted at the chevron of interest, correct?
Correct.
And that was amongst obviously several other vehicles that would come and go during the course of the time frame in which you reviewed video, correct?
Correct.
And that was over a series of hours beginning in the early evening, correct?
Correct.
You determined that vehicle number 1 had 2 occupants, correct?
Correct.
And you did that by way of viewing the video, having statements or having conversations with different individuals, that being Mr. Hammond and Mr. Sampson, correct?
Correct.
And you determined that vehicle number 3 had certain occupants, correct?
Correct.
And you use that same analysis and that same method of investigation to make that determination, right?
Correct.
You utilize that same method of investigation to identify the occupants of vehicle number 2, correct?
Try to.
Well, you try to the same way
Correct.
that you did the first analysis.
Correct.
And you use the same video with the same clarity, with the same pictures, with the same clothing, with the same movements, correct?
Correct.
And you, in fact, identified other people.
Tentatively identified.
Okay. And
not,
who is
not a positive identification.
Who did you identify?
Identified Devin Sampson, which is the brother of Zavante Sampson. Identified, tentatively identified. Also tentatively identified the brother of Kamani Bedward, which was the brother for Jalen Bedward. And I can't say definitively the driver of the vehicle, which was Maxwell Bedward.
Okay. And a 4th individual that you believe to be a Mr. Brown, correct?
Correct.
You haven't identified or sought to identify any of the other people that were within that group in the Chevron parking lot, correct?
Correct, because they did not enter the vehicles.
But they certainly would have been able to tell you what interactions were happening there, right? In order to assist you in determining what roles everyone played. Would you agree with me?
When I spoke with everybody, all the defendants, they've all made statements as to what was said to prior to entering the vehicle. It's all recorded.
The other people that were out there.
I don't know who those people are.
And you're aware that Mr. Brown, Willie Brown, allegedly had conversations with Corey Brown and Charles Dozier, otherwise known as Squeak, that evening, correct?
I believe his records show that he had conversations with Charles Dozier, not Corey Brown.
But he knows them very well because they are his cousins, correct?
That's what he relayed to me.
And they played a part in this story because it was Mr. Brown that's alleged that it was through their involvement that he was there, correct?
Yeah, he told me he was trying to locate them for a memorial service that they had. So, but he didn't know where it was, so he was circling the block, drives on the back road of Giddens, and as he's driving on the back road of Giddens, you could see what, his vehicle's visible on the video there.
You didn't attempt, did you, during the course of your investigation to identify Corey Brown or Charles Dozier anywhere in that parking lot during the Chevron when Mr. Brown was in the area, did you?
No.
And you didn't ask anyone about that probability or whether or not that was in fact where they were?
I had spoken with Charles Dozier and Corey Brown, and they told me that they were at their salon that he owned, and which was a few blocks further west.
Didn't confirm whether or not that was a true statement by looking at the video in relation to them in particular, correct?
No, I never saw Charles Dozier in person, so I spoke to him on the phone.
You never saw him individually, like in a face-to-face capacity?
Charles Dozier, no.
He played a pretty impactful role in this, did he not, as it relates to the entirety of the story in this case?
I don't think so.
Other than the fact that it was by his doing that allegedly they were in the area, correct? You'd agree with me?
You got to clarify that for me, like his doing. What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, he had a large part of it because allegedly he was in conversation with him, telling him where to go.
Correct. He was trying to locate where he was at.
Did you know, by way of your investigation, that Willie Brown buys marijuana from Corey?
Judge, I'm going to object. Sustained.
So vehicle number 2 that we've just finished speaking about, it was at the Chevron gas station, right?
At what point are you talking about? At the end when everybody's running to the vehicles?
Throughout.
I don't know if the vehicle was there earlier or not. I can say that Maxwell Bedward was there earlier, but the vehicle number 2 that pulled up, I can't say definitively that that was the vehicle that belonged to Maxwell Bedward.
At one point in time, vehicle 2 is there with the other 2 vehicles, amongst other vehicles as well, correct? At one point in time, during the video evidence that we have of that parking lot.
After Willie Brown's vehicle drives by, the second vehicle pulls in shortly after, and that is when everybody starts running to their vehicles.
And you don't see that vehicle at any time prior to that parking lot?
Now, can I say definitively? No.
Did you pay attention to that? Did you look to confirm that vehicle was not there at any point previous to that?
There was a vehicle that was driven by Maxwell Bedward that was there earlier, but I can't say definitively if that was the same vehicle.
But it was Maxwell Bedford that was driving it later.
I don't know who was driving that vehicle, that second vehicle.
Did you not say a little bit earlier that you believe Maxwell Bedford was the driver?
I said possibly he was the driver. I can't say definitively. You don't see the driver of that vehicle when it pulls up.
Can you identify Bedward by his clothing the same way that you identified the other individuals in vehicle 1 and vehicle 3?
He's there during the daytime, but he left prior to nighttime. From my recollection, we can look at the video if you want and go through it.
Well, vehicle 2 leaves around the same time as 1 and 3, correct?
In between 1 and 3.
What's the color make of that car? Do you know?
I do not know. I thought it was maybe like an Infinity, a whiter Infinity, lighter colored Infinity, but I can't say definitively.
And during the course of your investigation, you had the opportunity to interview Willie Brown, correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you determine whether or not he was going to the gravesite for a balloon release?
He said he did. I did not determine it, but speaking with Mary Brown and her family at the hospital, they were all wearing shirts memorializing the deceased father. So I would assume that they would probably went there.
I don't want you to assume.
Well,
I guess what I'm asking is that did he indicate to you that he was going to the gravesite for a balloon release?
At that point when I spoke with him?
At any point?
I don't recall. You'd have to listen to the interview that's recorded with him.
If he had said that, do you think it would have been warranted that you include it in a report?
I think I put that it was a memorial service that they were looking for, or they were a repass or celebration of life. I believe I documented that in there.
Nothing specifically about going to a gravesite for a balloon release. Would you agree with me about that?
I don't recall. You'd have to listen to the recording.
And you know from your investigation and the review of the videos, specifically Lorenzo's garage, that Mr. Brown jumps from the vehicle, leaving Mary Harrison and Sonny Bell in the car at the time of the first set of gunshots, correct?
After the gunshots passed, yes, he exited the vehicle.
And after the gunshots passed, we're talking about this being at the corner of Hillsborough and 45th, correct?
Yes, just you can pull up the map. I'll show you exactly where it is.
But it's just past the intersection, right? Just a fraction past the
Yeah, just a little bit past, a little bit east of, I'm sorry, a little bit west of 45th. It's on the north side of the road.
And as part of your investigation, and as you testified on direct examination, part of your analysis was that Exhibit 16, Lorenzo's garage video, correct?
The Lorenzo's garage video, yes. I'm not sure what exhibit it was, but
And you reviewed that video, I'm sure, to say the least, multiple times, correct?
yes,
And you reviewed it prior to your testimony yesterday, correct?
yes,
And during the direct examination by Mr. Terry, you were able to verify and look at still pictures that were taken from that video, correct?
correct.
I'd like to show you what I'm going to mark as Sampson Defense Exhibit number 1, and ask you if you can review it on your own and tell me whether or not you recognize it. And when I ask you that, I mean recognize it, the picture itself, not necessarily any red markings that appear on the picture.
Yes, if it's just a picture of the Lorenzo's garage.
No, let me get back. But you do, and it fairly and accurately reflects what it purports to be.
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Exhibit 1 for Defendant Sampson be admitted.
No objection, Your Honor. He'll be admitted.
Can I publish?
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, I'm going to show you this still photograph. Can you tell me where it is and what it is?
sure. It's that is Willie Brown's vehicle to the right, but to the left there, I believe that's Willie Brown. When he's running, toward 45th Street.
So toward the upper end of that picture to the right, that's Willie Brown's vehicle, correct?
Yes. Well,
And-
right here, I'll point to it.
Please,
so
if
we
you
make
don't
sure we know.
Right. And then show me, this is at the point in time when the first series of shots have occurred, correct?
Yeah, the first series of shots have already transpired and passed at this point.
Okay. And then at that time, Mr. Brown gets out and attempts to run, correct?
I think he did run that.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the red circle in the arrow is highlighting Willie Brown running. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. And subsequent to this picture, what occurs is that Willie Brown runs down 45th Street into the neighborhood looking for somebody to assist him, correct?
Yes, he was knocking on doors and seen on Mr. Colberly's video.
And referring to State's Exhibit 41.
It's upside down.
Good. All right, technology is not my forte, so bear with me. Can anyone assist me in determining how this becomes sharper? Bear with me for a minute. So a close-up of Hillsborough Avenue and 45th. Is it correct that where my pen is that corner?
I would say right here.
Thank you. And there is where Mr. Brown runs down the street, correct?
Correct. Observed on Mr. Colberly's video around here.
Okay, so Mr. Colberly's house is in that area.
Correct.
But what fronts 45th Street is what looks to be a gigantic warehouse or some type of business that fronts Hillsborough Avenue. Correct?
Okay, yes.
Well, I
I
don't
don't
okay.
remember what was there exactly.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall what building was there exactly.
Without knowing obviously what exactly the business may be, there appears to be a gigantic warehouse that has a parking lot, that has areas in and around it that would be part and parcel of not only facing Hillsborough, but facing 45th.
Right.
Correct.
And there are several other houses as you go down 45th, and although this particular picture doesn't show a dead end, 45th dead end,
We're
right?
gonna end it in a minute anyway. If I can
You
get
didn't go all the
changed.
way back to the dead end area of 45th, did you?
Yeah, I walked that area.
Okay, so you know what dead ends, right? And there's a shop area back there that looks like, I don't know if it's a business or an open business or a closed business, but it looks to be another building that some kind of business goes on, right?
Tired girl. I hope he's asleep.
There's houses on either direction, right?
There are houses on both sides, correct.
And during or down 45th, there are areas with large overbrush, correct?
I don't recall, I believe.
Did you attempt to do any kind of search in that area for anything of evidentiary value?
You sleep.
Okay. And how did you conduct that search?
Okay, come pause the video. I'm gonna give it
what we saw, if we saw any, projectile strikes, anything.
Oh, okay. Well, just do it when you get
or
there.
anything like that.
I believe I'm gonna end it, but it's still gonna be playing on your end.
So we'll talk about that. But you yourself and
I'm trying to end it to give you 30 minutes to eat a peanut butter sandwich before we go on the other channel.
Home on either side.
All right. I'm gonna end it on my end. You just remember the timestamp.
High grass, trees.
All right.
Overgrown area. You did not look at any.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna drop it and see.
Places that existed on both sides of that street, all the way.
Okay, y'all. So we at 5 hours. Yeah, since he complaining, somebody he ain't had no lunch with his lying ass. I'm gonna give him 30 minutes to eat a PB&J. And we gotta go over here and talk about Adrian and her shitty ass, mukbangs and shit. We done had that. Listen, I think y'all look. I know y'all be in the bushes. Y'all be in the bushes just wait for me to say something. I appreciate y'all though. Y'all been here the whole time. I appreciate it. I'm gonna come back in the morning though, y'all, because I really, really want to get through the rest of day 3 and day 4. So on Monday when we come back, we'll be live with them on day 5. Because like I said earlier, the prosecution rested. So I'm gonna see if the defense gonna put on the case. Okay, Natasha, you already at work. Yeah, y'all, because I gotta go and get this live in, y'all. Because look, I didn't get a chance to. I was so tired yesterday, y'all. I told y'all on them 2 off days I was out for YouTube, but I was real busy in my real life, so I was really exhausted last night. So I ended up not watching the new episodes of Beauty in Black, and I'm so excited because I'm gonna watch them tonight, y'all. And so I want to go and get that live in, so I can begin watching that. I hope y'all are watching it so we can talk about it. All right, Natasha, you be safe now. Stop texting. Stop typing. Love you, girl. Make it home. By the time you get home, we'll be ready, honey. All right, y'all. I love y'all, Truth Seekers. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all for supporting this channel once again. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. I see y'all in about 30 minutes over there in Simpleville. You didn't either. That's okay. We got the weekend, Tanya. We got the weekend, girl. We gonna get caught up. Oh, Valley, back love to you. Hey, back love you too. Yeah, she texting and driving. I'm gonna beat Natasha ass. That don't even make sense. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. And I got your email. I see y'all in a few minutes. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. And look, I see y'all tomorrow morning. Oh, Valley. I still don't know what she's talking about, y'all. Oh, P Valley. P Valley ain't back, Natasha. Quit lying. Girl, now I gotta go see. All right, y'all. I see y'all in a few minutes. I love y'all. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressing. Until next time. Truth Seekers, stand up and we out. I see y'all in a minute.